All Quiet on the Western Front by Erich Maria Remarque. One by one the boys begin to fall. In 1914 a room full of German schoolboys, fresh-faced and idealistic, are goaded by their schoolmaster to troop off to the glorious war. With the fire and patriotism of youth they sign up. What follows is the moving story of a young unknown soldier experiencing the horror and disillusionment of life in the trenches.
Berlin. The date is written in ash. May 10th, 1933. The Opernplatz was packed. Herr Goebbels arrived around midnight in an open car and made a speech into the shadowy, fire-filled night. He spoke, or more like raved, about the end of Jew intellectualism and giving the German spirit the right of way. And then the students, these young people, drugged on rhetoric and hatred, piled bundles of books onto the fire. I remember one student, his face devil red in the light cast by the flames, holding up copies of this book, which had only been published 4 years before, and which the Führer now pronounced as a disgrace to German soldiers and German manhood. All Quiet on the Western Front by Erich Maria Remarque. I can see the glow to this day, and smell again the acrid smoke. Books burn slowly, as if defying the heat, as if challenging the fire with the printed word, as if the thoughts on the page were hard rocks, and the flames, the terrible, vengeful, drowning tide of destruction.
We're in a camp, 5 miles behind the line. We crawl out of our huts at midday and line up by the cookhouse, where there's a smell of proper food cooked in good fat. And we're all here, all 4 of us.
For once we'll get enough to eat. Get on with it, open up, Carrot Top!
Albert Kropp, the cleverest of us all, and always the hungriest. He was the first one to make it to acting Lance Corporal.
Get on with it, Cook! Open up!
That's Muller. There were 5 Mullers in our class. This one still lugs his textbooks with him.
Smell! Come on! It's like being in the officer's knocking shop waiting for girls in their silk slips.
This is Leah. He's got a little beard and he can't get his mind off you know what. And there's me, Paul Baumer. We're all 19, out the same class at school and into this war. Well, we made a few friends, of course.
Bloody hell, Sergeant, you must have drawn rations for 150.
Tjarden, a locksmith, skinny but puts away no end of grub. Same age as us too. Then there's Vesthouse, a peat digger, and massive, who can get an army issue loaf in one fist. And there's Daterin, a farmer who thinks only of his land and his wife and going back home. And then, last but not least...
Come on, Cook, open the rotten kitchen. Anyone can see all the beans are done to a turn.
Stanislaus Kaczynski. Tough, crafty, shrewd, 40 years old with a nose for trouble, good food and cushy jobs. And we're all of us here now, but only just. 4 fortnight ago we were sent up the line as relief, and the quartermaster catered for a full company coming back. 150 men. But on the last day the English guns pounded us to hell and back. Now only 80 of us are left. The cook sergeant don't get it at all.
I'll grab until you're all bloody here.
Hello here!
Well, that would bloody suit you, eh? Come on, where are all the rest?
The rest? They won't be eating today, Sarge. It's field hospital for them. Or a mass grave.
You bloody say, Crop.
Word food now.
Come on.
I've cooked for 150, that's bloody it.
So for once we'll get enough to eat. Get on with it! Well, hang on a minute, Sarge. You must have drawn rations for 150 men, right?
I bloody have.
The sausage too, sir.
Bloody sausage too, yes.
And tobacco, sir.
Oh, bloody lot, lad.
Christ almighty, that's luck, that is. It's all for us. Everybody gets...
Double of everything here. No, you bloody don't.
Why, why don't we? Come on, eh? Why don't we?
Because 80 men can't have 150 bloody rations.
Oh, easy, we'll prove it.
Look, you do rations for B Company, right?
That is bloody correct.
Well, we're bloody B Company, so now you can issue out. Captain's here, come to order.
What's the problem here?
These men, Captain Burting, sir, want me to issue all the bloody rations, sorry, sir. For 150 bloody men, sir. Sorry, sir. And they say...
We're only 80. I know. I was there. Some heavy losses. Smells very bloody nice, Sergeant. Cooked in fat?
Sir,
And with meat, too. My word. I'll have a plateful, I think. And give out all the rations we can do with them.
all the rations, sir.
All of them, Sergeant.
Go to hell,
All around us, the fields are in flower. Grasses are waving, cabbage whites flutter about in the warm breeze of late summer. Our thunderboxes, on which we are all perched, are standing amid glowing red poppies. There's a latrine block, but that's only used by the recruits who haven't learned to get the best out of everything. Out here in the open air, the whole business is a real pleasure. I can't understand why it was that we used to skirt around these things so nervously. A soldier is on close terms with his stomach and digestive system. These are wonderfully mindless hours. Everything is new and full of life. Blue sky above us, the yellow observation balloons with the sun on them, the red poppies, the good food, the cigarettes, and the summer breeze, which when we take our caps off, plays with our hair, and plays with our words, and with our thoughts.
Anyone seen Kemerick again?
Ah, he's over at St. Joseph's now.
Got one through the thigh.
We should go and see him this afternoon.
Oh, news from home. Canterek sends his regards, by the way.
Does he? I just wish he was out here, Crop.
Yeah, bastard. You'll all go, won't you, lads? Remember, Paul?
Schoolmasters. Must keep their sentiments handy in their waistcoat pockets. Remember the way Canter's eyes shone through his specs.
Joey Byrne were the only one to say no thanks, sir, but oh no, he has to go.
And look what happened to him. Crack. Finished. Gone.
He shouldn't have stood up out there. You all know the drill, lads.
It's funny how the ordinary people, the simple folk, saw what a disaster this was going to be.
Yeah. And the better off were overjoyed about it all. They were the ones who should have seen the outcome.
It's that their education, lads. Softens the brain. Believe me.
He marched us to the recruitment office. Remember? 1-2, 1-2. Short-ass, frock-coated, ferret-faced little shit.
It's not just him, Leah. There's thousands of Cantereks egging us all on.
Yeah, they're all wrong. They've no idea with their speeches and pamphlets. They know nothing.
You know what I feel?
Oh, here we go. Professor Muller.
I feel betrayed. Betrayed by that whole generation.
But it's gone, hasn't it? Not just here, I mean, but everywhere. It's finished, that world of theirs.
I'll never forget the way Bemmy shouted. Out there in no man's land, he couldn't bloody see.
It was the pain. He shouldn't have stood up. We couldn't have saved him.
Couldn't we?
No. Not without getting ourselves killed.
Can't blame Canterick for his death, though. Be fair, Crop.
Can't we? Can't we?
The Cantereks of this world were the ones who would guide us into adult life. They were the ones with the insight and the wisdom. But the first dead men we saw shattered this conviction. Suddenly we found ourselves horribly alone. We take Kemerick's things to the field hospital, in case he gets to go home.
How's it going, Franz?
Okay. Just my foot.
Your foot?
Yeah. Under this cage thing. It hurts.
You know
Any news of your gold watch, Franz?
It's gone that. Someone stole it while I was lying flat out here. Whoever's got it now. Bastards. I shouldn't have brought it out here, should I? My own fault.
It'll perhaps turn up.
Will it?
Your foot, mate.
Shut it, Muller. What? Just shut it.
All right.
You'll be going home now, Franz. You'd have had to wait at least 3 months before you got leave. Lucky chap, eh?
Yeah. Suppose I am.
We brought your thing.
I'll put them under bed.
Hey, these are really smart.
What?
These boots. They're English leather, aren't they? Are you going to take them with you?
What? Yeah, no, I don't know.
You could leave them here, old man.
They're special, those.
We could do a swap.
Muller.
I mean, they'd be really useful out here, wouldn't they?
I don't...
Put 'em back.
What?
Put 'em back.
I feel so ill.
We'd best go.
We'll come tomorrow, Franz.
Promise?
Yeah, promise. Chin up, Franz.
Orderly, can I have a word? It's about Kemery.
We are a bit busy, as you can see. Kemery, bed 39.
What about him? Can't you give him some morphine?
Can't give it out whenever, you know. You haven't exactly got it in buckets.
Only give it to the officers, do you?
What are you trying to say, Sonny? Nothing. Nothing. Fancy a cig?
What? Oh, Tar.
You are allowed to give shots.
Isn't that why you're asking?
I'll take a few more, really.
I will. Tar. Very much.
Just as a favour?
See what I can do. Do you think Franz will last long? If he's moved out during the night, we've seen the last of the boots.
He won't. He's had it.
Have to write to his mother.
Shit. Shit. The whole damn thing is a load of shit.
When we came out here, we were cut off from everything we'd done up to that point. The older men still have ties, property, wives, children, jobs, and even the war can't break those. But for us, there's only our parents, or perhaps a girlfriend, a few hobbies, school. That was our lives. And now, nothing is left of it at all. In some strange and melancholy way, we've become hardened. But we were not always like that. We went down to the recruiting office full of ourselves. We marched off en masse to get a shave at the barber's, some of us for the first time, and then get out on the parade ground for 10 weeks of basic training. We came to realise that intellect apparently wasn't the most important thing. It was the kit rush. Not ideas, but the system. Not freedom, but drill. We were put in No. 9 Squadron, commanded by Corporal Himmelstoss, the stickiest bastard in the whole barracks, and proud of it. One day I had to make his bed 14 times. Another time I had to clean the floor at the corporal's mess with a toothbrush. He took a particular dislike to Krop, Tjarden, Vesthaus and me, because he sensed our unspoken defiance. We trembled at the sound of his voice, but he never broke us down.
All the best jobs. Steady it.
6 latrine buckets full of shite. But
What?
one spruced-up, sadistic little jumped-up corporal postman approaching, Mr. Crop.
Oh, yeah. What do you think, Mr. Bowman?
He's smart, Mr. Crop. Must be on an outing.
Probably some stupid woman, Mr. Bowman, have to be with him.
Now then, lads. Keeping your noses to the grindstone, I see.
Sir?
What's in the bucket? As if I don't know.
Sir?
Keep at it. Enjoy yourselves.
Yes, sir. Oh, careful, sir.
Hey, watch where you're going.
Careful, sir!
Oh, you stupid.
Sorry, sir.
That's my shoes. My trousers. Look at it.
Shite, sir. Sorry, sir.
You'll get clunk for this.
Not before there's been an inquiry.
What?
And we'll spill the beans.
You were talking to an NCO. Have you taken leave of your senses? What did you say you'd do?
Spill the beans about Corporal Himmelstoss, sir.
You, sir. The beating, sir. The toothbrush cleaning, sir.
The dustpan snow clearing in freezing temperature duty, sir.
I'll make you suffer for this.
From then on, he left us in peace. We became tough, suspicious, hard-hearted, vengeful and rough. Just the qualities needed. But we didn't break. We adapted.
They've amputated my leg.
You got away with that, Franz.
What? How do you mean?
Could be so much worse. And it means you can go on.
Do you think so?
Yeah, of course. Just have to recover from the operation first.
Paul, don't think I will.
You will. A couple of days. It's not such a big thing. They do worse things in here. Are they feeding you properly?
I don't want anything.
You have to eat, Franz. Food looks quite good.
I wanted to be a forester. Remember?
You still can be. They make artificial limbs these days. You hardly notice they aren't real. They make fingers for artificial hands. You can even write. Making improvements all the time, Franz. And you
can take my flying boots for Muller. If you find my watch, send it home.
Maybe you'll finish up in the convalescent home in Klosterberg. Be able to look out over the fields from your window. Remember the row of poplars by the stream? You used to catch sticklebacks and get yourself an aquarium. Do you want to get some sleep now, Franz? 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 Someone get a doctor. Where's the doctor? So it is. This man needs a doctor.
Doctors are busy. Crazy today. We've had 16 fatalities. Started at 5 this morning.
Franz?
Your man will make it 17.
Franz! Franz!
We have to move him right away.
What?
We need a bed. There's people lying on the ground out there. Take his things with you.
I'm outside. I'm running. The night crackles with electricity. There's a dull thudding from the front like some concerto for kettle drums. The night is alive. I am alive. Muller is waiting for me in front of the hut. I give him the flying boots. We go in and he tries them on. Perfect fit. And now, we're getting reinforcements. 25 young replacements straight from the recruiting depots.
Have you seen the new kids?
Feel as if I've been in the army for 1,000 years.
You have.
Now then, you lot, fancy some grub, eh? I'll bring your mess tins over here. Bully beef and beans, right? Steady on, young blonde. There's plenty for everyone.
Sorry, sir.
Don't sir me, lad. Just remember next time you see me, have a cigar ready or a top for old Stanislas, right?
Where'd you get these, Cat?
Eyes bright, fingers light. Tuck in, lads. I gave old bloody Ginger 3 pieces of parachute silk print. Come on, tuck in.
We could not do without Kaczynski. There are men like him everywhere. Every company has 1 or 2 of them. They have a 6th sense. I think he's a shoemaker by trade, but whatever he is, he's the master of everything out here. He can find anything. Stoves and firewood, straw and tables, but above all, he can find food. For example, we turn up one night in some completely unknown place, some old hut that's been stripped of everything that wasn't screwed down. Then I see Cat putting his cap on and going for a sniff around, as he puts it. An hour later...
Cat! Shift yourselves.
I can smell bloody bread.
Stop staring. Chop some wood.
What have you got?
Salt, fat, horse meat, right?
Oh, this bread, this is real, it's warm.
Of course it's real. Chop some wood.
Okay, I don't believe it.
Don't eat it then, you greedy little fixer of locks. More for rest on it.
We sit around in a circle with our knives and we fill our bellies. Oh no, we could not do without Kaczynski.
Oh. Every little bean, my boys, makes you make a little noise.
Nearly covers up the smell of sweaty feet.
You know, war, it ought to
Equal rations, equal pay, war's forgotten in a day.
War, I'm saying, ought to be a festival.
Here we go. Another crappy theory.
You'd have tickets, see, and you'd pay to get in. And there'd be music. The ministers and generals from each country would slog it out in this big ring like a bullfight, only in shorts and with rubber trunk shoes. Whoever's left on his feet, his country's declared the winner.
If only we could go back, lads.
Go back where, Cat?
To the barracks. Paradise at side of this. Your rifle drills in morning, your PE sessions in afternoon. Fall out anyone who can play piano. Right turn, report a kitchen for spud bashing. That's the life.
Change at Laura!
What's so funny?
Corporal Himmelstadt. It was a game he made us play. We had to scramble under our beds for hours on end, back and forth. He called it changing trains at Lorna.
stupid. Yeah, like him.
He was a postman in cities.
Bet he was quiet enough then.
Interesting point, my little friend. How come he changes into a bastard as a drill corporal?
It's like that all the time. People get a couple of stripes or a pip and they turn into different people. Start behaving as if they chew iron bars for breakfast.
Is that it? Uniform? No, I think it goes deeper. Like a dog, you're trained to eat potatoes, only when you show it some meat, it'll grab it. Same with people. Bit of power, grab it. Instinctive. Because man's a beast, basically. It's only later a bit of decency gets smeared on top. The army's the worst place for it, because they've all got far too much power. Corporal can harass a private, lieutenant can harass an NCO, or a captain can harass a lieutenant. They all know it and get used to the idea. It goes to their heads. The less power they had in Civvy Street, the more it goes to their heads here.
Discipline's necessary, though. Isn't it?
Maybe, Grubby shouldn't mess people about. Poor bloody infantry. They're the majority out here. All they see is they get messed up and sent up the line, and they know what's necessary and what isn't. You know, it amazes me, the ordinary soldier sticks it here at the front. It's truly bloody amazing.
Lads!
What's with Chardon?
Yous lads.
What?
You'll not believe this. Hemostas is on his way here.
Never.
He's been sent to the front. The little bastard postman's been sent to the front. At last. Oh, yes.
We've been ordered up the line on wiring duty. When the trucks reach the firing area, the thunder of artillery shakes, and the echo rolls on and everything shudders. You can see it on our faces. We're within reach of the front. It isn't fear yet. Not yet.
That was a 12-inch. You'll hear the burst in a minute. There'll be a show tonight.
Tommy's already firing. An hour early.
Yeah, ours will start at 10, on the dot.
What's up with him? Do they watch his fast?
I can feel it in my bones. A show tonight.
It's like a whirlpool, isn't it? The centre's a long way away, but we're in calm waters. You can feel it pulling you towards it.
Pipes and cigarettes out! We're close to the front line trenches! Which way are you going? Behind the trench!
We feel as if something inside us, in our blood, has been switched on. It is the front. An awareness that has made that electrical contact. A tense expectancy gets into our veins, our hands, our eyes. All at once the body is completely ready, and the power to defend ourselves flows out of the earth. Earth. The hollows and ridges and holes where a man can hide. The earth which absorbs the terrors and screams and gives a man another 10 seconds of life. 10 seconds to run.
Don't be bad, do!
The thunder of the guns gets closer and becomes a single, dull roar. Dry-voiced machine guns rattle. A searchlight sweeps the black sky, and another, crossing and trapping an airman like a black-winged insect who is dazzled and falls. The air is full of invisible menace, howling, whistling and hissing. We ram the iron posts in at intervals, two holding and the others paying out the long, spiked rolls. After a few hours, we finished and rest. And at one point, I fall into a deep sleep. I imagine I'm asleep in the garden at home during a fireworks party. Am I crying? I put my hand to my face. Am I a child? When I wake up, I recognise the silhouette of Kaczynski.
Lovely fireworks. If only they weren't so dangerous. Pipes away, I think. Here we go!
At last it calms down. The shellfire has swept over us and moved onto the back line of reserve trenches, but there's still this terrible noise.
What's that screaming?
A couple of columns got a direct hit.
Not that. That! It's not men. They wouldn't make that noise.
Horses. Wounded horses.
It's like...
I know. Why, nothing on earth.
Creation itself under torture, agony!
Bastards, for Christ's sake, shoot them! Shoot them!
They gotta get the wounded men out first, Datering.
Where are they? It's like the goose.
Shoot them, my horses! Shoot them!
We can't see him, mate.
Mayor's got some field glasses.
Give them to me.
Get down, Datering.
I can see them. Give me that gun.
Don't be stupid, man. Get down.
Put them out with their misery. Like we do at home.
Are you crazy? Pull it off, now!
I can't stand it!
It's just horses, not men! Just horses! Put it down!
What have they done to deserve that? I tell you this, it's the most despicable thing of all. Drag animals into a war.
We go back to the trucks. 3 a.m. Our faces look grey at that livid hour. We move through the trenches and get back to the wood and the graves of the rifle brigade with black crosses.
What's wrong, Cat?
I don't know.
Are we going back?
I wish I roamed.
Home?
Back at camp.
It won't be long now.
I'm not sure. There's something... Take cover! Take cover!
The earth explodes in front of us. Great clumps of it come raining down. Then I get a knock on the head. Everything blurs. I think quick as a flash, you must not faint. Then a hand shakes me. I turn and I'm looking at Kaczynski's face.
Pass it on!
What?
Gas mask!
Oh, yeah.
By now the gas is snaking over the ground and sinking into all hollows. There are 4 of us in the hole. Cat, Crop, me and someone else. The veins on our temples bulge. I think I'm going to suffocate. The grey light trickles into our shell hole. A few yards away, someone is standing up, and he isn't wearing a gas mask anymore. I rip off my mask. The air pours into me like cold water. My eyes feel as if they could burst from my head. The shelling has stopped. The cemetery has been blown to pieces. Someone is lying on the ground in front of us.
Help me!
Where did you cop it, mate?
Help me!
They cut away his trousers. Come on.
It's all right. Soon better.
That's the hip. Joint splintered.
It's that blonde lad from before.
His arm too. I'll get some dressings.
Where from?
Soldiers, who won't be needing them now. It'd be best to put him out of his misery.
What?
Just a bullet. He's in shock. Within an hour, he'll be a screaming mass of agonies. He's got, 3 days of hell, then the end.
Yeah, you're right. A bullet's gonna be best.
You can't.
Give me a gun, someone. Come on.
You can't. There are men. They'll see.
Crop's right, Cat. We can't now.
Such young lads. Such young, innocent lads.
5 wounded, 8 dead. We go back. It starts to rain. Falls on our heads. On the heads of the dead men up at the front of the truck. On the body of this little recruit. It's falling in Kemmerich's grave. And it's falling in our hearts.
Het is een oorlog dat hier weer vinden, kracht van duizenden soldaten. Altijd iemands vader, altijd iemands kind, duizenden.
A question for you, Albert Crop.
Here we go. Mull of the SWAT's gonna start a class discussion.
What would you do if all of a sudden...
These damn lice turned into roast chicken pieces.
If all of a sudden...
One of those evil corpse rats played the penny whistle.
If all of a sudden there was peace...
There's no such thing.
Yes, but if...
I'd bugger off out of it, mate.
Then what?
Get blind drunk.
I'm trying to be serious now.
So am I. What else would there be to do?
Well, get drunk, why not? And go for nearest train and home. Bloody hell. Peacetime. Hey, look, I'll show you something now. What'd you reckon?
Oof. Very nice, Cat.
My missus, that's Sue. Of course she's very nice.
Yeah, well, it's all right for you. You've got her and your lad.
And I need to be there to make sure there's something on table for them.
Well, in your case, Cat, you won't find that a problem.
What about you, Westhouse? When there isn't any more war? Yeah. Well, easy. Pick myself a big bouncy wench, you know, one you can get handfuls of into one of those feather bed jobs. I wouldn't get me trousers on for a week. But after that, well, I'd sign on as a regular.
That's crazy.
You want to try peat digging sometime, mate?
Well, it can't be worse than digging trenches out here.
Oh, it is. Lasts longer, and you can't skive off.
It must be better at home than in the bloody army.
Think about it. The army does everything. Grub, a bed, clean sheets, and come 6 o'clock, you're a free man. Off for a drink. After 12 years of that, they give you a settlement, and off you go to be a country copper. Brandy here, a beer there. Evening all. Life, mate, that.
What about you, Chad?
I'd flatten Himmelstoss. No more questions, please.
What about you, Datering?
Me? I just get home in time for the harvest. Wife's on her own with a farm. It worries me that when the rains come, you know. I'm going for a stroll.
Moody type, old Datering.
The countryman, you see. This is the fields. Cannibals.
For God's sake! Look who it isn't.
What?
Talk of the devil.
Himmelstoss! At last!
Everybody down and still, okay?
Well, all lads together, eh? You your two crop? Well, I never did.
Yeah, I reckon I've been here a bit longer than you.
You lot don't remember me, do you?
Oh, aye, we do. Who can forget playing change at Lona?
Chardon, isn't it?
Know what you are, chum.
Chum? Is it? I don't think I recall having a drink with you.
Nobody has a drink with you, Himmelstoss. You want to know what you are? You're a shit, that's what. I've wanted to tell you that for a long time.
You miserable little sod. Stand up and stand to attention when a superior officer is speaking to you.
Yeah. Stand easy, Himmelstoss. Dismiss.
Chardon! This is an order. Stand up.
All right. Anything else you'd like?
Are you going to carry out my order?
Are you going to kiss my arse? I'll make it easy for you. One better. Get kissing.
I'll have you court-martialed for this. You bloody, filthy, disgusting little peasant!
Yeah. But if he reports you, mate, he'll be trouble.
Oh, I reckon he will.
It's my arse.
He's bound to report you for that, Chad.
You'll get 5 days close arrest, at the least.
5 days in clink, 5 days rest, thanks.
They might take you away, put you in jug.
And the war really is over for me, isn't it? Until I get out. Meanwhile, they'll have to come and find me first, won't they? If they want me. You come, investors.
If you did get to go home, would you go back to school, Albert?
How many's left in our class, you reckon?
About 12, I'd guess. School, eh?
How many children did Charles the Bald have, Bowman?
Outline the tripartite plot of Schiller's William Tell Crop.
You'll never get on in life, Baumer. You are completely lacking in moral fibre. C-.
What do you understand by cohesion, Muller?
Can't go back to school now.
We could just sit the exams under special regulation.
How could you take all that stuff seriously when you've been here?
Have to find some kind of job eventually.
People like Datering and Cat and Westhouse all have jobs to go back to. Even Himmelstoss. Hasn't exactly helped us, has it, school?
The thing is, nobody taught us how to light a fag in a rainstorm.
Or the best place to stick a bayonet is in the belly so it can't get jammed.
What could we do if it does finish and we do go back?
If I think about it, when I hear the word peace, if it ever really came, I think I'd like to do something unimaginable. Something that would make it all worthwhile. Being out here under fire and all the rest. Thing is, I can't think of anything. It's all so pointless. 2 years of rifle fire and hand grenades. Can't just take it all off like a pair of socks.
I'll tell you something. The war has ruined us for everything.
Crop is right. We are refugees. We are fleeing from ourselves. We were 18 and we had just begun to love the world and to love being in it. But the first shelter land went straight for our hearts. We've been cut off from getting on, from progress, from real action. We don't believe in those things anymore. We believe in the war.
Chadden, sir.
Chadden, yes. You know the charges. Disobeying a superior order from Corporal Himmelstoss, insolent, not to say abusive language, and unruly behaviour. Kiss my arse.
Now, sir.
Be careful, soldier. Those were your words?
Sir.
Goethe's line, I believe.
Don't know him, sir. What regiment?
Baumer tells me you were once ordered by Corporal Himmelstoss during training to share bunks with Kurtevel because you were both bedwetters, one above the other on alternate nights. Is that correct?
Sir. We finished up sleeping on the floor, sir.
Why did you not report this at the time?
Not meant to complain, sir.
Indeed. Crop, 1 pace forward.
Sir.
Did you say to Corporal Himmelstoss that he had no bloody idea about life at the front, and when you next went up the line, he was to make you parade in front of him and ask permission to fall down dead?
I was a bit upset at the time, sir.
Upset. I see. Very well. Although I accept Corporal Himmelstoss has been somewhat overzealous in his command, and indeed the front line is not the parade ground, these are serious offences. So, Chadden.
Sir?
3 days open arrest.
Sir.
Think yourself lucky it's not close arrest. They used to tie men to trees for that. Crop?
Sir.
1 day open arrest.
Sir.
You'll be able to keep each other company in the chicken run. Now, dismiss.
Cat has spotted some geese in a shed about a mile away. It belongs to D Regiment. So, we hitch a truck ride, which cost us 2 cigs. And he helps me to scale the wall behind the shed while he keeps lookout.
See him, Paul?
Yeah, there's some.
Try and stun the buggers fast.
I'll try. They're bloody vicious! I can't grab them! Ah!
Get one then! Come on, hurry it up!
There's a mastic in here! A bloody huge thing!
Shoot it then!
What?
Use your revolver and shoot it, come on!
Right. Then, I'm gonna trick you the goose and jump back. You ready? Now!
Well done. One, goose.
He'll bite you, be careful.
It won't. Now. We're spotted. I think it's time to go and dine on you, my feathered friend.
We know this old deserted hut, and we block up the single window and light a fire. Outside, the guns rumble in the distance. The firelight flickers on our faces and shadows dance on the walls. And so we sit, facing one another, Cat and I, 2 soldiers in shabby battle dress roasting a goose in the middle of the night. We are 2 human beings, 2 tiny sparks of life. Outside there is just the night, and all around us death. What does he know about me? Or what do I know about him?
It's ready.
Okay. Yeah, should we take some back for Crop and Chadden in their chicken run lockup?
Why not? You like it?
Oh, it's great, Cat. Oh, it's really great.
What?
I'll never forget you. Whatever happens.
Look at those.
What?
Against that wall. Coffins. Brand new. Untreated wood. You can still smell the resin from the pine forest.
Must be 100 of the things.
Nice preparation for an offensive, I must say.
How do you mean?
They're for us. That lot.
Don't talk rubbish.
You'll be lucky to get a coffin at all, Datrin. They'll just wrap you up in a tarpaulin when it's your turn, mate.
We go up the line 2 days earlier than usual. The coffins really are for us. The front is a cage, and you have to wait nervously in it for whatever happens to you. Chance is hovering over us. If there is a shot, all I can do is duck. Every soldier owes the fact he's still alive to 1,000 lucky chances and naught else. and every soldier believes in and trusts to chance. The grey light of morning comes, but nothing happens. Just the nerve-wracking rolling on the other side of trains, trucks and more trucks. Our own artillery keeps on sending shells across, but it doesn't stop. Doesn't stop.
What do you reckon to this thing, Cat?
It'll be like the Somme. 7 days and 7 nights shelling.
Cat isn't joking anymore. Bad sign. The attack doesn't come, but the bombardment goes on. Gradually we become deaf. Hardly anyone speaks anymore. Our trench has been shelled to pieces. We've been buried and have to dig ourselves out. An attempt to fetch food fails. No one can get through that kind of fire. We have to wait. Just wait. Then one of the recruits cracks.
Going out.
Where to? Sit down.
I won't be a minute.
Wait, hang on, mate. Shelling will be over soon.
Can't wait.
Just a minute, chum. Cat.
Grab him.
Just hold on, mate.
Let go of me. Let me out. I have to get out of here.
Keep hold of him. Paul.
What?
Tie him up.
What is an attack?
We'll untie him, won't we? See? Who's for a game of cards?
But the tension has worn us all out. It's a tension that feels as if a jagged knife blade is being scraped along the spine. Suddenly, there are no more close explosions. For a whole morning, 2 butterflies have been playing around our trench. They're brimstones. Their yellow wings have orange spots on them. I wonder what could have brought them here. There are no plants or flowers for miles. They settle on the teeth of a skull. The shelling goes on, but it's drawn back. The constant artillery has stopped, but there's heavy defensive fire from behind us. It's the attack. 3 faces come up from the ground in front of us. Beneath one of the helmets is a dark moustache and 2 eyes which are fixed on me. I raise my arm, but I can't throw a grenade towards these strange eyes, and for one crazy moment the whole battle rages round me and round those 2 eyes like a circus, and then their head looks up and my grenade flies across and into them. We have turned into dangerous animals. We're defending ourselves from annihilation. We can destroy and we can kill to save ourselves and to take revenge. We lose a lot of men, mainly recruits who are helpless and go down like flies. Their dead, downy, thin-featured faces have this awful absence you see in dead children. You get a lump in your throat when you see them, the way they go over and run and drop. For most, the uniform's too big and flaps about. Vesthouse is carried off with his back torn open. You can see the lung throbbing through the wound.
That's me done for, Paul. Done for.
The evening benediction starts. Mist rises from the shell holes. The craters are full of ghostly secrets. Up go the fairy lights, and I see a picture of a summer evening at home. And it's the meadow behind our hometown, and there was a row of poplar trees by a stream, and when we were children it was a favourite place. We would spend whole days there, dangle our feet in the fast-moving eddies. It is strange that all the memories are soundless apparitions which speak to me by looks and gestures, and these images awaken in us not so much desire as sadness, a vast melancholy. The scenes existed once, but they will never return. Yet here in the trenches we have lost that memory, and we no longer have any links with the way it used to be. Relief troops take over from us. We go back, climb down from the trucks, a ragged bunch. In the dark to either side there are people calling out names and numbers of regiments and companies, and with every shout a tiny handful moves away from the rest. A terribly small handful, a terribly small reminder. Someone shouts a number of our company and we see our commander, Captain Berting. So he's made it.
Over here!
He goes on calling. We won't hear him out in no man's land.
B Company, over here! Nobody else from B Company, is that all? Number off, B Company! 1, 2, 3.
It's a grey morning. It was still summer when we went up the line. There was 150 of us. And now it's autumn. The leaves rustle. The voices are tired as they call out. We're shivering. Cat and Albert are there and we join together, prop each other up and look at each other.
Any more? B Company, any more? 5 squads! 5 squads! B Company, at ease.
32 of us. 30 bloody 2.
We go back behind the lines so they can get our company up to strength. Our billets now are in houses close to the canal. In the evening we go for a swim. 3 young women come walking along the canal bank. They walk slowly and they don't look away, even though we aren't wearing any trunks.
Look at that.
The dark one's nice. The skirty skirt one, leg shirt.
Hey, girls! Fancy coming to my trench? Bonjour, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous coucher, eh?
They have no idea what you're talking about, Muller.
Fancy some fun with a nice young soldier, eh?
They know. They want us to go across. They're beckoning, see?
Oh, we can't. There are sentries. I'm not getting shot, not even for a...
Skirty skirt.
Tell them to come over to us.
They can't. Sentries will stop them.
They're going. Hell, stop them.
Hey! Ladies! Don't leave us! We're drowning! Easy! Easy!
Hey, we can swim along with them. Come on. Hello there!
The dark one, she's smiling at me. She's mine, all right?
Where are they going?
That house. Look.
Tell them.
What?
Well, come tonight when it's dark. We can swim over in the dark. The sentries will not see us then. Tell them, somebody.
Food, ladies! Grab! Okay! Tonight! Nice food! Bread and sausages! Swan!
Yum, yum! Sausages! You know, big sausages! They're looking back! They're waving, yes!
Bread, yes! Very good, boys! Le soir!
That's their house, we're in!
Yes, tonight's the night.
We could take some cigs. How do we carry it all across?
We'll have to go like this.
Like this? No clothes?
Yeah, we'll take our boots off, put the food and cigs in them to keep them dry.
Swim one-handed, you mean? On our backs?
Oh, it's the only way.
What about Tjarden?
One too many. We'll have to get him right in the canteen and shut off without him.
Just us 3 then. Agreed.
Yeah.
We go to the canteen and drink some punch and tell each other fantastic lies about our experiences with girls. We have to get rid of Tjarden, so we buy him so much punch he's staggering and then collapses on his bunk and starts to snore. We each take a whole loaf, wrapped in newspaper and some cigs and some sausages. We slip into the water and swim on our backs, holding our boots and the food above our heads. We climb out carefully and off we trot, wet, naked, wearing nothing but our boots. We find the house straight away.
Ah! Shh! Some bastard tree row.
Are you okay? Leah?
Cut myself. Oh, never mind. Not then.
What if some major's in there?
We'll just have to bugger off, won't we? You can read my name and number on my arse.
Somebody's coming.
Qui est là?
It's us! No, soldiers! Shush! Camarade! Bon ami! Food!
What's up? Haven't you ladies ever seen anything like this, eh? Talk about strip for action.
What's this then? They want us to cover up. Here, skirt for you, mate.
Right, let's get inside. Come on, girls. Let us in now, come on. Respectable, see?
Entrez, entrez, vite, vite.
Quel âge as-tu? How old?
19.
Je t'aime. Ce soir, je t'aime.
This slim, dark girl strokes my hair. I close my eyes and try, as I do so, to wipe it all out. The war and the horror and the pettiness. I press myself deeper into the arms that close around me, hoping that a miracle will happen.
At ease, Balmer.
Sir.
This is your leave pass and your travel pass.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good journey. What is it?
14 days, sir.
And 3 for travelling.
Oh, I was hoping for 5 days for travel, sir.
If you read the pass, you'll see you're not expected to come straight back. You have to report for training at the camp on the moors down there.
Over 6 weeks away, then, sir?
Quite so. How will the army manage at the front without you, Balmer?
I bed down on any number of stations. The scenery becomes disturbing, mysterious. Then the names of the stations take on a familiarity which makes my heart beat faster. They mark out the boundaries of my youth. Level meadows, fields, farmyards, girls waving, children playing on the embankment, and no guns. It's evening now, and if the train were not still puffing onwards, I should scream. The train stops, and we're in the station, with all its noise, shouts and signboards. On the platform, a Red Cross nurse offers me something to drink. I turn away, because she smiles so inanely, full of her self-importance. Look at me, everybody. I'm giving a soldier a cup of coffee. She actually calls me a comrade. Out of the station and into the town now. The river's rushing along beside the street. We often used to sit here and breathe in the cool smell of the water. And on hot days we enjoyed the spray on the far side of the weir as we chatted about our teachers. I crossed the bridge. Dogs trot along the narrow street. People are standing by the front doors. They look at me as I go past, dirty and weighed down with my pack. I recognise every building. The grocer's, the chemist, the baker's. And then I'm standing in front of the brown door with a worn-out handle. My hand feels heavy. Hello? Hello?
Paul?
Oh, Anna, it's me.
It's Paul, Mother. Paul's here. Come in. What are you doing out there? What's the matter, Paul?
There's nothing. Really, it's nothing. Give me a handkerchief, can you?
Oh, yeah, of course. Here. Paul? Is that you?
And she up?
She's ill. You can go in.
Here I am, Mother.
Have you been wounded?
No, I'm on leave.
And here's me lying here crying instead of being pleased.
You're not well?
I shall get up for a little while today. We shall open the jar of cranberry sauce. You like that, don't you?
I haven't had that for a long time.
It's as if we guessed you'd be coming. Your favourite food? And potato pancakes?
Sit down by me, please.
Through the window, the chestnut trees in the garden opposite flash gold and brown. I breathe slowly in and out, and I say to myself, you are home. You are home. But I'm not quite there myself yet. There's my mother, my sister, the glass case for my butterflies, the mahogany piano, but there is a veil and a few steps between me and them. Now then, I'm sure you could do with these. I'll eat ham, a couple of loaves, some butter, some cans of liver sausage.
Oh, they're marvellous. Really.
Things are pretty bad here, then.
Well, there ain't much. Did you get enough out there?
Not always as much as that, but we'll manage.
Well, I'll put them in the cupboard.
Was it bad out there, Paul?
No, not really. There's lots of us together, so it's not too bad.
Heinrich Bredemeyer came home a little while ago. He told us stories of how terrible it was. I mean, the gas and all the rest of it.
They say all sorts of things. Bredemeyer's spinning his yarns. Look, I'm in one piece. I've put on weight. I'll go help Anna. What's wrong with her?
I'm not sure. She's been like this for a couple of months. One of the doctors told us it was probably cancer. She told us not to write and tell you that.
Should I tell them we once found 3 enemy trenches, where everyone was fixed and rigid, as if they had been struck like it, their faces blue, dead, on the parapets, in the dugout, wherever they happened to be? I managed to get a grip on my emotions. I have to go along to District HQ to report. When I come out of the barracks, a loud voice shouts at me.
You!
Sir?
Forgotten how to salute.
I'm sorry, Major, I didn't see you.
Don't you know how to address an officer properly?
My apologies, sir. I'm afraid I didn't see you, sir.
You should keep your eyes open. What's your name?
Paul Baumer.
What regiment? Where are you quartered?
Somewhere between Langemark and Big Shot.
What do you mean by that?
I've just come back on leave, an hour ago, sir.
You think you can bring your frontline manners back here? 5 paces back, at the double!
Stop!
Now dismiss.
I get off home and I throw my uniform into a corner. I look at myself in my civvies in the mirror. The suit's tight. I've put weight on in the army, but it feels so light. Looking back at me in bewilderment is a tanned and overgrown 16-year-old on his way to church for confirmation. It's good to be able to sit somewhere quietly, as we can in the gardens of the inn opposite, under the chestnut trees. Have a glass of beer in front of me. The sky's blue, and the green spire of St. Margaret's Church rises up between the leaves of the trees. All this is good, and I love it. But I can't get on with the people. Every one of them oozes goodwill, and there's nothing I can say or do. Even with my father, it's the same. He wants me to tell him what it's like, and what he wants is both touching and silly, but where would we be if everybody knew exactly what was going on out there?
What's it like out there? Rough, I'll be bound. You look good, tall, fit. Just back from the front, huh? How's morale out there? Pretty good, eh?
Every single soldier thinks a breakthrough is impossible.
What you got to do is wallop those froggies. Do you smoke? Have one of these. Waiter! A beer for our young warrior here.
Everyone like you should get an Iron Cross, but first of all, the enemy front in Flanders has to be broken through and then rolled up from the top downwards, and then on to Paris. Here.
I'd like to know how you think that could be done.
All the best, eh? Let's hope we get some proper news from you lads soon, eh?
In my room is a brown leather sofa behind the table where I sit. I lived in this room before I became a soldier. Nothing here has changed. Pens, pencils, a shelf for a paperweight and an inkwell. But it isn't right. I remember how I used to feel when I looked at my books. I can't get back. Later, I'll go and visit Mittelstadt at the barracks. He was in our class at school and has a bit of news.
Just think of it, Paul. I come straight out of the military hospital and walk into Cantorek, our beloved old teacher. "How's it going, my boy?" he squeaks at me, and I give him a stare and say, "Home Guardsman Cantorek. Duty is duty and pleasure is pleasure. You should know that, of all people. Stand up straight when you speak to a superior." You should have seen his face. A cross between a pickled gherkin and a dud shell. Then he asks me if I'd like him to arrange for me to take the school leaving exam under special regulations. I shouted at him, "Home Guardsman Cantorek, 2 years ago, your sermonising drove us all to enlist. Joseph Bem as well. And he didn't really want to go. He was killed 3 months before he would have been conscripted. Without you, he would have waited. Now dismiss. I shall be speaking to you again. I got myself assigned to his company and made sure his kit was really special. Look at this. He's out there now on parade. See him? Like the battle dress tunic?
It's much too big. Those trousers.
Too small, I know, like the Beetle Crusher boots.
That cap. It's just a scrap of cloth.
My idea, that. Watch this. Far from satisfactory, Canterek. You ought to take a lesson from Bircher. You might learn something from him. Remember him at school? We used to be terrified of him. Prodding us with his pencil about French irregular verbs. I've got him and Bircher, our school janitor, fetching the bread from the other end of town in a handcart. They've been doing it for days. People are starting to wait, especially just to see them.
Hadn't he put in a complaint?
He tried, but our CO just laughed. He can't stand schoolmasters. Besides, I'm going out with his daughter.
What is leave? Just a deviation that makes everything afterwards that much harder. I go with Erna to the slaughterhouse for some bones. And we're out of luck. They run out and some people have queued for 3 hours. 4 days leave left. I have to go and see Kemmerick's mother. It's worse than I expected.
Why are you still alive when he's dead?
It was very quick. He was shot through the heart.
You're lying. I know what a hard death he had. I heard his voice. I felt his terror in the night. Tell me the truth. I have to know.
He was killed outright. I was stood next to him, Mrs. Kemmerick.
Tell me. I know you just want to make me feel better, but I can't stand the uncertainty.
He died instantly. He didn't feel a thing. His face was quite calm.
Do you swear to that?
Yes.
By everything you hold sacred?
Yes.
And may you not come back yourself if you haven't told the truth.
May I not come back myself if he didn't die instantly.
Here's his photograph. Taken in his recruit's uniform, see? Take it.
Look,
I'd like you to have it. Please. You're a good boy to come to see me.
I should never have come home on leave. It's my last evening. I got to bed early, but my mother comes up very late and sits on my bed. I pretend to be asleep. In the end, I pretend to wake up. Mother, go to bed. Catch your cold sitting there.
I can sleep later.
Look, I don't have to go straight back. I have 4 weeks in camp first. I'll be able to come over for a day.
Are you very frightened? Paul?
No, Mother.
I wanted to tell you to be careful of those French women. They're no good, those women over there.
There aren't any women where we are stationed.
I shall pray for you. Every day, Paul.
You have to get better, Mother. Here. Put this round you.
Maybe you can get a posting, not so dangerous.
You really mustn't send your rations. We get enough.
I got these for you. Had to queue for ages.
Underpants.
Good quality wool. 2 pairs. You must pack them, Paul.
Of course.
Good night, son. Good night.
I should never have come home on leave. I know the barracks at the training camp. Spend most evenings at the Soldiers' Club. There's a piano there and I like to play. Next to our barracks is the big POW camp for Russian soldiers. I'm often on guard duty over them. In the darkness you can make out the figures as they move about like 6 storks, like huge birds. They stand at the wire and breathe in the winds that blow across from the moors. Their lives are anonymous and blameless. But at the moment, all I sense in them is the pain of the dumb animal. An order has turned these silent figures into our enemies. One misty morning, another Russian's buried. Few of them die every day now. They sing a chorale in harmony. It sounds as if they were hardly voices at all, but as if an organ was playing, far away on the moor. And so, I set off again, my rifle and pack. But when I go back and try to find my regiment, nobody knows where it is. I carry on searching, wandering about all over the place, and then I get definite news and report to the guardroom. The company will be back in 2 days, and when they get in, they're all there, Tjaarden, Muller, Cat and Crop, and suddenly it's all spit and polish. It filters through that the Kaiser is coming to review the troops. He paces along the parade line. I'd imagined him to be bigger, more powerful, but mainly to have a big, booming voice. He gives out a few medals, chats to some soldiers, and then marches off.
So that was the Supreme Commander, the head of them all. Absolutely everyone has to stand to attention in front of him, right? Even in Hindenburg, right?
It certainly does.
Does a king have to stand to attention in front of an emperor?
No idea, mate. Main thing is when you know to stand to attention.
One thing gets to me, though.
Not you two.
Would there still have been a war if the Kaiser had said no?
I'm sure there would. They reckon he didn't want to fight at all at the beginning.
Well, not just him, then. What if about 20 or 30 people in the world had said no?
Maybe not, but they all did want a war.
It's funny, really. I mean, think about it. We're here defending our homeland. The French are there defending theirs. Which one of us is right?
Maybe both.
I mean, our teachers and preachers and newspapers all tell us right's on our side, and so do their teachers and preachers and newspapers. How does that work out?
I don't know, but there is a war, and every month more countries want to join in.
Another thing.
Here we go again.
How does the war start in the first place?
When one country insults another, badly.
A country? A German mountain can't insult a French mountain, or a river, or a cornfield.
Yeah, don't be bloody stupid. I mean, one nation insults another.
Well, I'm off home then, because I don't feel insulted.
You don't get it, do you? It's got nothing to do with a yokel like you.
Well, in that case, I certainly can go home, mate.
No, look, it means, my friend, the nation as a whole, the state.
Oh, the state, is it? Your police, your taxes. That's your state. No thanks. Leave me out of that.
The lad's right, actually.
See?
That for once. There's a big difference between a state and, say, a homeland.
They go together. You can't have one without the other.
That may be, but think about it. We're almost all ordinary people, aren't we? And in France, the majority are workers or tradesmen or clerks. Now, why should a French locksmith or shoemaker want to attack us? Eh? Just the governments.
Aye.
I'd never seen a bloody Frenchie before I came here, and most of them want to see one of us. Nobody asked the French workers any more than they did us.
So why is there a war at all?
Some people somewhere must find it worthwhile.
Oh, not me. Not any of us. Who? Can't be the Kaiser. He's got everything he needs.
That's not true. Up to now, he hadn't had a war. All top-grade emperors need at least one war or they don't get famous. Look in your history textbooks.
And I bet there'll be others behind it all making a profit out of it too.
I think it's like a kind of fever. Nobody really wants it, but suddenly there it is. We didn't want it, they didn't want it.
And they tell more lies on the other side. Those leaflets those POWs had about us eating Belgian babies.
Anyway, it's good the war's here, though, rather than in Germany. Just have a look at no man's land. Ruined.
Maybe. But it'd be better if there was no war at all. My last word. I've had enough of this clever schoolboy garb.
So have I. It's better not to talk about the old damn thing.
Right. Doesn't change anything, does it? Worse than that, we've got to hand in all this nice new gear now the big chief's gone.
We go up the line again, through what's left of a wood. Dead men are hanging in the trees. Cat says it's the blast from mortar fire. It blows you out of your clothes. A patrol has to be sent out to establish how many enemy positions are still manned. And because I've had leave, I volunteered to join it. We crawl through the wire and separate. The area's covered by machine gun fire. I snake forward on all fours. I try to make contact with the others. A shell hits. Oh, then two more, and I realise I'm crawling for my life. I collapse into a shell hole. crash of shells pounds my ears. I'm just about to turn around when there's a noise, and a body falls on me heavily, and with a splash, I just stab wildly and feel only how the body jerks and then goes limp. The other man makes a gurgling noise. I'd like to stop his mouth. He has to be quiet, he'll give me away. Then I see my bloodied hands and I feel sick. But I suddenly feel weak. I crawl away into the furthest corner, gripping my knife, my eyes fixed on him. The minutes trickle past. Bullet hits, it won't stop. The gunfire still doesn't die down. It's just as strong now, from both sides. The man has a little moustache, and his head hangs lopsidedly. He's dead, I tell myself. He must be dead. Oh, that gurgling! I push myself to his side, and then he opens his eyes. His mouth is half open, and he makes an attempt to form some words. His wife will be thinking of him now. And what does she look like? Like the girl in the house by the canal? Perhaps she belongs to me now because of all this. There's water in the mud. I scramble down, I take out my handkerchief, spread it out, press it down, then cut my hand and scoop out the water. He swallows it. Then I unbutton his tunic. I'm trying to help you. Camarade. 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 And his every gasp strips my heart bare. By 3 p.m, he's dead. This is the first man I've killed with my own hands. The first. If only he'd been running a couple of yards to the left, he'd be in his trench. I have to talk. I have to talk. I didn't mean to kill you, mate. If you were jumping again, I wouldn't do it. Forgive me. I'll write to your wife. I'll tell her everything. It's your wallet, see? I mustn't look. I'll know your name. I mustn't look. It's your wallet. Hell, look, it's come apart. This is your stuff in here, mate. Your wife. Oh, your little girl. Look, and letters. My French is no good, I'm sorry. Yeah, but I bet they could do with some money. I'll look after him, mate, I promise. Least I can do. I promise. I can write to him. She'd pay, but look. Gerard Duval. Printer. See, I've got your address here. See. I'm getting it down. So, road. I can write. I can tell him everything. Here. I'm putting it all back. Putting it back, all right. Gerard. Your turn today. Mine tomorrow. If I get out of this, I'll fight against the things that wrecked it for both of us. I promise. It must never happen again.
You're there. You're alive. Christ. Are you wounded?
No. I'm Paul Balmer.
Easy does it, mate. Easy.
I have to tell you something. I've killed Gerard Duval, the printer.
It's all right. All right, come on. Have a ciggy. Now, you had no choice. You or him. It's what this is all about. Take a drag. Go on.
Paul Baum. And I've killed Gerard Duval, the printer. A few days later, we're sent out to evacuate a district. On the way, we meet the escaping locals who've been ordered to leave. We are still in marching order, because the French are not likely to shell a village when the people are still there. But they do.
No! No! Ow! Albert, get up, Albert!
I can't. Have they got you?
Get up! Get up!
I can't.
Where did he get you?
In the knee. Ow!
Can you walk?
I think so.
Right, let's go.
You go. I'll catch you up.
No! Get up! Come on! If you lie down, you'll never be able to move again. I'll prop you.
What about you, though?
There's blood on my trousers.
My arm's hit. Right, we have to move! At last, we reach a small dugout. I can still crawl a little, and I shout when an open cart comes past and we're picked up. At the dressing station, we're put side by side.
What have I got, though?
Here, drink this. It's all right, we'll be heading for home now.
With any luck. Bloody pain. What have I got?
Don't talk. Save your strength.
One thing, I'm telling you. If they take my leg off, I'll do myself in. I don't want to go through life as a cripple.
It's not as bad as that. It's above the knees. Good few inches. It's all right. In fact, it's less than an inch. That same evening, they take us up to the chopping block. I'm frightened. Everyone knows these surgeons are quick to amputate. I remember what happened to Kemmerich. On no account am I going to let them chloroform me.
Keep still, please. Don't make such a fuss. Hold him still.
Please, I can't.
Chloroform him.
No, please, not the chloroform.
Keep still. Damn. Here. Your bullet. Souvenir. It's off home for you tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next.
Can I, please, take one?
Cigars. Thank you. The best. Have you any more?
My friend, Albert Kropp. If we're to be on the same hospital train tomorrow, well...
He might have some more.
Yeah.
I'll see what can be done.
I wake up in the night. The train is rolling on quietly, and I try to take in the fact we're going home. Kroppy.
What?
You any idea where lavatory is?
The door over there on the right, I think.
Right. I'll have a look. I've got a...
Hey, what about your leg? Be careful.
Okay.
Did you hit anything?
Only my head. Didn't you hear? God.
What are you doing in here?
He fell out of bed, nurse.
Let me see. Well, you don't seem to be feverish. Were you dreaming?
No? Yes, yes, I was dreaming.
Is there something you need?
No.
Let me help you back. Oh, come on.
Thank you.
Actually, he wanted to...
What?
Well, leave the room.
What, is it a big job or a little one?
It's just a little one.
I'll get you a bottle.
I couldn't say it. I couldn't say the bloody word.
I know.
She's so young. So pretty.
I know. A lady.
Yeah, a lady. The train moves so slowly. From time to time it stops so the dead can be taken off. And it stops a lot. We reach Helbestel on the German border. We're taken off the train together and transferred to a Catholic infirmary and to the same ward.
What's that?
I don't know. Wish they'd just shut up.
It's the nuns. They say prayers in the corridor every morning. They're morning devotions. They like to leave the door open so we get the benefit.
I'm sure they mean well, but our heads are aching.
It's ridiculous. Been awake all night. Only just got to sleep.
We're less serious cases here. That's why they do it.
Oh, no.
Be quiet out there!
What is the matter in here?
Please shut the door, sister.
We're having prayers.
Yeah, but we want to go to sleep.
Prayers are better than sleep. And besides, it's already 7 o'clock.
Shut the door.
We are praying for you, too. Now just be quiet.
Oh, hell. Right, I'm going to count to 3, and if it doesn't stop, I'm going to let it fly with this bottle. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
What on earth is going on?
Shut the door! Just shut the bloody door!
Heathens.
Kropp is in a bad way. They take him away and amputate. Now, he hardly ever speaks. Just stares into the distance. I'm given a pair of crutches. Crop looks at me with such a strange look when I walk across the ward. After a few weeks, I have to go to physiotherapy. My leg is strapped up and I have to exercise it. Only a military hospital can really show what war is. Everything must have been fraudulent and pointless if thousands of years of civilization weren't even able to prevent this river of blood. What would our fathers do if one day we rose up and confronted them and called them to account? I'm given convalescent leave. My mother doesn't want to let me go again, but I'm recalled to my regiment and I go back to the front. Our trenches have long since been shot to pieces, and the front is so fluid that trench warfare is not really possible anymore. Muller's dead. He got a very light in the stomach from close to. He lived for half an hour more. He gave me his pay book and boots, the ones he got from Kemmerich. I've promised him to Tiada. We're actually able to bury him, but he probably won't rest in peace for long. Our lines are being moved back. We are thin and starving, and our ammunition is scarce, and the guns clapped out. In one attack, our commander, Berting, is killed. The same piece of shrapnel that gets him in the chest is enough to rip open Leah's side, and he bleeds to death very quickly, and no one can help him. What use is it to him now that he was so good at maths at school? But the campaign goes on. The summer of 1918 is the bloodiest and hardest. Datering finally did a bunk. It was the cherry blossom that did it. One day he came back with a sprig in his hand. Well, gonna do a bit of courting, Datering?
I can pick cherry blossom if I want, can't I? I got a big orchard back home. From a hayloft, they look like one huge bedsheet. And they're in blossom. So this time of year, you see.
No. Maybe you get leave. Or demobbed even, with you being a farmer.
Yeah, I am. A farmer.
Next day, he'd gone. Just pure homesickness. The months drag on. The days are like angels in blue and gold, rising up untouchable above the circle of destruction. Everyone knows we're losing the war. Never has life in its simplest outline seemed so desirable. The poppies in the field, the shining beetles on the blades of grass, the warm evenings in the half-dark rooms, the mysterious trees at twilight, the stars and the streams, the dreams and the long sleep. On one of these late summer days, Cat topples over, and I'm alone with him.
Now of all times. Why did it have to be now?
At least you're out of it now, Cat. Who knows how much longer it'll go on. I'll carry you.
Get a stretcher.
No time, you're losing blood, Cat. I'll carry you. You all right to move?
I'll have to be all right.
Let's go.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God, pain.
We're split up now, after all.
Yeah, pity.
Remember how we bagged that goose? You got me out of that scrap when I was first wounded. It was nearly 3 years ago. I'm plugged. You remember?
This leg seems bad. I reckon I'll never be fit for service again.
You'll be able to convalesce in peace and quiet. The joint's still okay.
Give me another cigarette.
We might be able to do something or other together afterwards, Cat. Shared a lot. Maybe I should shoot my own foot so we'd stay together, eh? You can give me your address.
That business of yours, Paul.
What?
Frenchie. Printer. Don't ever let it get to you, lad.
I'll try not to.
Just watch our snipers. Watch them picking off their victims. Watch them keeping score. Watch them having competitions. You see what I'm saying? War is war.
Yeah, I know, Cat. War is war.
We better move. Oh, God, I don't feel good at all, mate. I'm sorry.
My throat is parched. I have red and black spots before my eyes by the time I eventually stumble into the casualty station.
Put him down there.
I need a drink. I've carried him. I'm shaking.
You could have saved yourself the trouble.
You are?
He's dead.
What? No, he's got a lower leg wound.
That as well.
He's just fainted. What you saying?
Look, I know more about this than you. He's dead. Bet you anything.
I'll get him some tea. Cat, lift your head. There's blood.
Told you so. See? In the head, it's a shrapnel wound. Stray fragment.
Cat, come on.
Do you want to take his paybook and things? Are you alright, mate?
Look around you. Go on.
What?
Everything's just the same as usual, isn't it?
Maybe you should sit down. Have a drink, eh?
Only Private Stanislas Kaczynski's dead. It's autumn. I'm the last one of the 7 from our class. I've been given 14 days rest because I swallowed a bit of gas. I sit all day in a little garden in the sunshine. The trees here glow bright and gold. The rowan berries are red against the leaves. White country roads run towards the horizon, and the canteens are all buzzing like beehives with rumours of peace. I stand up. I'm very calm. Let the months come and the years, they'll take nothing more from me. I am so alone and so devoid of any hope that I can confront them without fear.
We shouldn't mess people about. Poor bloody infantry.
I wanted to be a forester.
Are you very frightened, Paul?
It's the most despicable thing of all. Drag animals into a war.
Je t'aime ce soir, Paul. Je t'aime.
I heard his voice. I felt his terror in the night.
Are you going to kiss my arse?
That's me done for, Paul. Done for.
Do you want to take his paybook and things?
Eyes bright, fingers light. Tuck in, lads.
He fell in October 1918 on a day that was so still and quiet along the entire front line that the army dispatches restricted themselves to the simple sentence that there was nothing new to report on the Western Front. He was lying on the ground as if asleep. When they turned him over, you could see that he could not have suffered long. His face was so composed that it looked as if he was almost happy it had turned out that way.
The Enemy Below, a play for radio by D.A. Rayner adapted from his novel of the same name with Leo Gen and Gerard Hines, September, 1943. The Hecate, a British destroyer, is alone in the South Atlantic alone, but for a blip on the radar which could be a German U-boat. Producer, Richard Emerson. Narrator, Norman Claridge.
Steady on course 060.
Steady on 060, sir.
We present The Enemy Below, a play for radio by D.A. Rayner, based on his novel of the same name. The Enemy Below.
The time is September 1943. His Majesty's destroyer Hecate is crossing that very empty sea that lies south of the equator between the coast of Africa and the eastern bulge of Brazil. Unusual in wartime, the Hecate is alone. For once, she has no convoy to look after and no sister escort vessel to help her should she meet the enemy. It is a few hours after dark, and the ship is ploughing steadily, at somewhat reduced speed, into one of those short tropic storms which can infest this area. Conditions on the bridge are by no means pleasant, but the two officers, wedged into positions of purposeful repose in the captain's sea cabin under the bridge, are comfortable enough. On the cushions between them is a chessboard, a game which has become an almost nightly ritual. The captain has taken his opponent's bishop with his queen. The doctor, after due thought, lifts a knight and waves it vaguely over a square from which it could threaten the intruding queen.
I wonder how you like that.
I'm making no comment. You play your own game. Captain's cabin.
Radar reports a small contact, green 70. Range 10,000.
Get the plot onto it, Magazine, and let me know its course and speed.
Oh, it can't be a sub out here.
Huh? But it is.
How do you know, sir?
I'm sure of it. I feel it in my bones.
But sir, you...
Oh, all right. I know it sounds crazy. But I've often had contacts which on every evidence ought to be U-boats. I've treated them as U-boats. I've even claimed they were U-boats, either sunk or damaged. But whenever I've first had one that's afterwards been proved beyond shadow of doubt to have been a U-boat, then I promise you, Doc, I've always felt it in my bones. I've known that at the other end of the Aztec beam, there's been a mind matching my own. And I feel that now. Go on, your move, man.
There.
Check. Mate.
Damn it, sir, it's not fair. If that is a U-boat...
Whether it is or isn't, I can still beat you if you let your mind wander.
But the radar contact...
But it was 20 degrees forward of the beam and 5 miles away. It was reported as a small surface echo, not an aircraft. So it can't get that far away. I wouldn't like you to whip out my appendix if you weren't keeping your mind on the immediate problem. Magazine, has the plot reported yet?
Not yet, sir. I'll ask them. Plot reports target steering approximately 180 degrees. Speed 14 knots. Radar says the blip's quite definite, sir.
Thank you, Magazine. I'll be up soon. Negative is zigzag.
Why stop the zigzag?
The plot will have more chance if our course is steady.
If it is a U, what in the world's it doing out here?
I don't know. Well, I'll just get my oilskins on, and then we'll go up to the bridge and ask it, shall we?
May I come too, sir?
Of course, if it amuses you. I don't suppose I'll be sounding the alarm bell for some time. It's dead upwind and sea from us, and going away only a little slower than the best we can make in this weather. So it'll take us some time to catch up. Come on. Where is it now, Magazine?
Green 085, range steady, sir.
Steady?
210, sir.
Bring her round to 210.
Aye, aye, sir. Port 15.
Port 15 on, sir.
Steady on 210.
Steady on 210, sir.
Forbridge. Plot.
Plot, Forbridge.
Captain here. What's the target doing?
Course 210, sir. Speed about 14 knots. Range steady.
Who's the plotter?
Andrews, sir. Sick berth attendant.
Very well, Andrews. Sure you can handle it? I don't want to go to action stations until we know more.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Good lad. Doc, after the navigator himself, that Andrews of yours is the best plotter in the ship.
Oh, I'm glad he's better at that than his master is at chess.
Oh, does it still rankle?
Sure, it rankles like hell.
Forbridge. Radar?
Radar, Forbridge.
Who's on the set?
Petty Officer Lewis, sir.
Extraordinary how the buzz gets round. Lewis isn't a watchkeeper. He's just turned up because his beloved set might possibly be in contact with an interesting marine object. He's a damn bad petty officer, but a dedicated radar mechanic.
Yeah, and the yeoman of signals will be up soon.
Bet your life he will. Champing to make a signal. Lewis, what does the blip look like?
Small, sharp blip, sir. Just about right for a U-boat.
Thank you, Lewis. I'm going to increase speed now. If the extra vibration spoils their reception on the set, press the bell.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Mackerson, increase to 200 revolutions.
Increase to 200 revolutions, sir.
Yeah, Doc, without an oilskin on, you'd better get up against the forward windscreen. 20 knots into this sea will be a pretty wet ride.
Gosh! Oh, she was half out of the water then.
Yeah, it's too much. I'll have to ease her down. Ease her down to 150. Forbridge.
Bear shook the head up that last one, sir.
All right, Lewis, I've eased her down already. I won't increase again until the sea moderates. You still holding contact?
Yes, sir. Target's still there. Dead ahead now, sir. Range 9,000.
Thank you, Lewis. Doc, I'm dead sure it's a U-boat. Now, don't ask me what it's doing, but I'm sure it is one. It's too small to be anything but that, or a fishing boat, and there aren't any fishing boats in this deserted piece of ocean, and none that could steam at 14 knots into this sea. I do believe it's going to give me just what I've always wanted. A single-ship duel between a U-boat and a destroyer without a chance of anyone interfering.
What odds would you lay?
Ooh, so near evens that I'd have to know the other captain. As far as the ships are concerned, I just put my money on the U-boat.
But you reckon you'll win?
Oh, of course. Both of us will think that. The German and I. We've got to think so. Otherwise, we'd crack. If he's the man I hope he is, we'll have a wonderful game of chess.
In this weather?
Oh, the sea will have gone down before dawn. This little gale's very local. These tropical areas are full of them. The one we're enjoying at the moment is a rather large one of its kind.
Captain, sir.
Hello, number one. Have we got you out of your bunk?
Just turning in, sir, when you altered course. Thought I'd come up and see if you wanted me, sir. I'd hardly started along the iron deck when you increased speed, and I had to dodge back mighty quick, sir.
We've got a possible radar contact on a U-boat.
Oh?
We're chasing dead up his tail, and he's 4.5 miles ahead. I don't think I'll get any closer until the weather moderates. It will anyway by dawn, and we're running out of it at 14 knots. At 10 o'clock now, 9 hours until dawn. At 14 knots, 126 miles to the southwest when dawn comes, if he doesn't spot us before.
He's almost certain to do that. He's got radar, too.
True, but he's got no radar mattress aft. He's got to swing his ship if he wants to get a bearing on anything right behind him. If we keep station on him, always there, always in station, it's my bet his radar operator will think it's a ghost echo. We've had them ourselves often enough. If we were to go playing about, closing up on him or drawing off to one side, then he'd know us for what we are. Am I right?
Sounds very foxy to me, sir. But I see your point. If we scare him and put him down in this sea, our Azdic will be pretty useless, and he'd probably give us the slip.
Exactly, number one. Mr. Magazine, I want to keep station exactly 10,000 yards astern of the target until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Take station 10,000 yards astern of target, sir.
You better get your head down, number one.
Yeoman, sir.
Ah, yes, yeoman. Are you itching to make a signal? I don't think it's necessary until we know for sure. We can signal then.
We'll be a long way off our proper course, sir.
Yes, number one, almost 130 miles. But we've got a hell of a fast ship. If we're wrong and our friend turns out to be a Brazilian fishing boat that's gone gaga, we can easily slip back without anyone being the wiser. No, yeoman. Sorry to disappoint you. No signal yet.
I think I'll move below now.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, sir. Good night, Doc.
Good night, number one. Night, yeoman.
Night, sir.
There could be another reason for not making a signal.
Meaning?
Less chance of interference.
Damn and blast your impudence. If you were an executive officer, I'd put you under arrest.
I'm your medical advisor. For your professional secrets, my lips are sealed.
As a chess player, your doom is sealed.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Doc. Mr. Magazine, tell the Azdic hut to stop transmitting. Keep a listening watch on it. The submarine's hydrophones can hear that machine miles away. And I don't want to boat this particular fox until I'm ready to deal with him. If it is a fox.
Veteran Captain Peter von Stolberg, commanding U-121, was never proof against violent motion. After refusing his supper, he had turned into his bunk, where with pills he had tried to calm the queasiness within him. Only the overriding necessity of having his U-boat in a given position at a given time had caused him to make this high-speed dash on the surface, regardless of his crew's discomfort and possible damage to his boat. Dönitz, the Grand Admiral in charge of the U-boat arm, had been emphatic.
You will be in position 5 degrees north, 35 degrees west at noon local time on the 9th of September, Captain. And nothing must stop you, nothing. Our raider, the Cecilia, has captured a complete set of Allied ciphers, which the enemy will bring into force on the 1st of October. She has been instructed to photograph the ciphers and transfer the films to you for delivery to me here. You are to proceed at once to the position, and unless you yourself are directly attacked, you are not to engage the enemy, however tempting the target may be.
Von Stolberg sailed from Brest a few days later. A British escort group of sloops, had hunted him relentlessly for 3 days before he'd been able to shake them off. He had been forced to make almost the whole of his first 100 miles submerged. Then, when at last he had his boat cleared of the enemy patrols, he had run into persistent bad weather. The margin of 7 days, which he had thought to have in hand when he sailed from Brest, had been whittled down to no more than a bare 18 hours. For that reason, and that reason alone, he was driving his ship and men unmercifully. Now, the pill he had taken was working. He felt drowsy and slept, an uneasy repose which was not entirely due to conditions in the boat. Kuntz, the junior, had the watch until midnight. Von Stolberg had an innate distrust of the overconfident bearing of that young Nazi.
Lieutenant Kuntz! It is 20 minutes to 2300 hours. The radar operator says it's time to swing her.
Very well. Steer 20 degrees to port.
Yes, 20 degrees to port.
Has the radar cabinet anything to report?
Lieutenant, the ground returns from the sea are so bad that the screen is cluttered up with false echoes.
Who's the operator?
But
Very well.
there seems to be a ghost echo 11,000 meters astern, very indefinite.
Anything would be in this weather.
Shall I report to the captain?
No, he'll be angry if he's disturbed. There are no surface ships about here, and if there are, we can't attack them. Let us see if it's still there in an hour's time.
To be fair, Herr Lieutenant.
Bring her back on course.
Course 210.
Lieutenant, it is 20 minutes to midnight. Time to swing her again.
Very well. Steer 20 degrees to starboard.
Steer 20 degrees to starboard.
Has the radar cabinet anything to report?
That ghost echo is still there. Same range, same bearing.
Well, that proves it's something in the set. No two ships would ever be the same distance apart after an hour's steaming. That set is haunted with ghosts. Bauer, ask the hydrophone operator if he can hear anything on the ASDIC transmission.
To be fair, Herr Lieutenant. Conic Tower.
Yes, Bauer?
No transmissions heard.
Thank you.
Well, my young friend, how's the night?
Oh, Herr Oberleutnant, Heil Hitler.
Don't be a silly young fool. How can you Heil Hitler in a moderate gale, even on the conning tower of the Reich's smartest and most efficient U-boat?
It's different for you, von Holm. The captain and you're one of his friends.
If you drop your Nazi nonsense, you'd have a much better life aboard this boat. Have you anything to report? If not, I'll take over the watch.
You know the course as well as I. Our dear old friend 210.
I've got her. Get below to your sleep.
Very well. Oberleutnant!
Yes?
I forgot to tell you, there's a ghost echo on the radar 11,000 meters astern.
You told the captain?
No, it was reported as a ghost and it's been there for more than an hour. It can be nothing else. Perhaps you'd like the pleasure of starting a mare's nest.
Verfluchter Kerl. A most opportune arrival of our excellent executive officer. Good morning to you, Oberleutnant Heinrich Sprachhofer.
Good morning, Otto.
Never a moment late, and never by any chance a minute early.
Anything to report? The sea's a little less high, isn't it?
Yes, the weather's better. A ghost echo turned up in Kunz's watch, dead astern 11,000. I nearly reported it to the captain, but it's been so regularly there now for 5 hours that I'm sure it's a ghost.
I agree. It can't be the enemy. He's not the patient sort. Anyway, there are no escorts in this part of the world. Sleep well, Otto.
Morning, pilot. How's the Kai boat?
Bosun's mate has just gone to Brusa. Will you have a cup, sir?
Thanks, I will. And how's my friend the enemy?
We're still there, sir. Very easy feather to keep station on. Just 5 revolutions up or 5 down every quarter of an hour or so. And he's steering a good course. Couldn't you sleep, sir?
Not very well. Not very well at all. I've got a problem. You see, pilot, that U-boat doesn't know we're here. And when he does discover it, he'll go down like a plummet. And then for 5 minutes or so, there'll be pretty average hell let loose in that tube.
Hell, sir?
Yes, hell. And a lot of bad language, recriminations and all sorts. What do you think would happen on this bridge if the situation were to be reversed? I'd be a very angry man indeed. And while I was being angry, I couldn't be efficient. I'm just wondering if I can rely on that happening to him. And for how long?
Meaning, sir?
Well, let's see. He'll go a little below periscope depth while he collects his temper and gets his crew together. Then, if he's the man I expect he is, he'll have his ship back to its usual efficient self pretty quickly. Then he'll poke up his periscope to have a look. When he sees that he's only one ship to contend with, he'll try to torpedo me before I can get in and attack. If he could do that, he'd resolve all his difficulties at once.
If he dives 4 miles away from us, we'll cover the distance in 15 minutes, 15 knots.
Right. We can't go any faster, or the water noises will ruin Aztec reception. But 15 minutes is quite long enough for a resourceful man to plan and execute a torpedo attack. Although, it must be with his 2 starn tubes, he won't have time to turn. Supposing I give him 5 minutes to regain his temper, 5 minutes to set and fire his torpedoes, and allow a torpedo running time of 2 minutes. They'll be running on a preset course. If I make a large alteration of course, 10 minutes after he dives, I ought to be able to avoid them.
That's making it pretty tight, sir.
No, it's got to be. The snag is that a long ship like this takes time to turn. Better sooner than later. I think I'll order the turn somewhere about 8 minutes after his diving time. Once I'm inside a mile of him, he'll not get another chance to sling Kippers, because I'll keep him down deep.
I suppose a U-boat would fire at a destroyer coming straight at it. It's a very small target.
I'm wondering that myself, pilot. And yet I don't want to risk a steady Aztec run-in until I've drawn his fangs. It is like a game of chess. Throw away a knight of speed to gain a queen of drawn claws. In fact, I think I'll even entice our Germanic friend by keeping out on his beat.
Signalman, coffee.
Jawohl.
It gets lighter. Soon it'll be dawn.
Jawohl, Herr Oberleutnant.
Now that is good. It warms the hands. Oh, and it tastes good, eh? 20 minutes past 6. I think it's light enough to carry out a routine sweep. Hand me the binoculars.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was ist das? Zum Teufel noch einmal! Emergency dive!
Commence Aztec sweep. Steer 240. Pilot, note the time and let me know as soon as the 8 minutes are up. Better still, give me a minute's warning. Number 1, sound off action stations. Forbridge.
Echo faded, sir.
Thank you, Lewis. We've seen the U-boat submerge, and thank you for your work. It's been a damn fine effort.
Thank you, sir.
Now go and get your head down, man. I'll send for you if I need you. And yeoman, where's the yeoman? Yes, sir. Take down this signal. Most immediate. Admiralty. Repeated, Commander-in-Chief, South Atlantic. Message reads. Have tracked U-boat by radar for 130 miles. Submerged after identification. Am attacking. Position, yeoman, get a position from the navigator. And tell the wireless office I want them to be on the air the very least time possible. I don't want any enemy that may overhear it to have a chance to fix our position.
Speed gun ready.
Next gun ready.
Come to the lead.
Good water connected.
Lock closed up.
Bridge all looking ready. Forward bridge all looking ready. Midship barricades ready.
Aztec up, closed up. Radar office closed up.
Depth charge crews closed up.
Steady on 240, sir.
Forbridge. Plot. Our course is now 240. I'm moving out on his beam.
What is all this?
A British destroyer, Herr Kapitän.
Nonsense. Did you sight her?
Indeed, I did, between 4 and 5 miles astern.
Then she's to the east of us, up sun. It is possible that she's never sighted us.
I fear, Herr Kapitän, that she has been trailing us since 11 o'clock last night.
What?
That is first Kunz, and then the rest of us, thought it was a ghost echo.
Impossible. Impossible! Impossible! Blöde Kerl, all of you! Over 100 miles!
You've brought the enemy with us for over 100 miles. You know how important our mission is, and you lead him to our rendezvous. Is this how you one-to-one obeys the order of the Grand Admiral?
I'm sorry, Herr Captain.
Mistakes cannot be rectified in war. Please, God, the Britisher makes a mistake, and soon. 4.5 miles. Bring the boat to 10 meters at once. I want to use the periscope. What is your depth now?
60 meters. Periscope depth.
Telescope depth.
Open O, Kingston. Shut.
40 meters.
Open B, Kingston. Periscope depth, Herr Captain.
Good. I'll raise the scope. I cannot find her astern. Ah, I have her now. Bearing green 160.
She was astern.
And she makes a big mistake. Our captain is a clever man. He thinks he'll work out on my beam, but Schwachhofer, I shall sink him. Kunz, start the attack table.
Jawohl, Herr Captain.
I have no time to turn. I'll use the stern tubes. Miller, prepare tubes 5 and 6. Torpedo depth 3 meters. Speed 40 knots.
Jawohl, Herr Captain.
Kunz, enemy bearing green 155. Course 240. Speed 15 knots. Range 8,500. Well, Kunz?
Deflection 25 degrees left, Herr Captain.
Stand by numbers 5 and 6 tubes.
Numbers 5 and 6 tubes ready. Lights burning, Herr Captain.
Good. Yes, I can see him. The poor fool, he forgets he's alone. For once, just for once, I have one British escort in my sights, and I don't have to worry whether another is about to attack me. Port 10, stand by to fire. Fire 6.
Load.
Torpedo running.
Fire 5.
Load.
Torpedo running.
Kunz, what is your running time?
1 minute 48 seconds, Herr Captain.
Tell me when the first torpedo has been running for a minute. I want to watch them arrive.
Come on, Herr Captain.
Captain, sir. 7 minutes.
Thank you, pilot. Number 1.
Sir?
In 1 minute, alter course to port 180. Use 30 degrees of wheel. If she doesn't turn fast enough, I'll stop the port engine. I want her on the new course within 2 minutes.
Aye, sir. Port 30. Steer 180.
How's it covered? Forebridge. Forebridge.
Yes, what is it?
Strong hydrophone effect on the fore bow, sir.
Bearing?
It's difficult to say, sir. It covers quite a large arc. I'd say red 30 to right ahead.
How's ahead, number 1?
Passing 210, sir.
Bearing now?
Seems to be crossing the bow, sir. Getting much louder, sir.
Stop port engine.
Aye, sir. Stop. Port.
Port engine stop, sir.
Turn. Aztec. Bearing now?
Green 05 to green 60.
Oh. Thank God. They've crossed our bow.
Torpedo! Torpedo, starboard side!
All right, man, all right. Don't shout. They can't hurt us now.
Du lieber Gott, he turns. He cannot have seen my torpedo, but he's turning under full helm.
The torpedoes have been running 1 minute, Herr Captain.
You fool, this is all your fault. You and your ghost echo. Down periscope. Dive to 80 meters, Herr Oberleutnant. Silent routine and warn engineer Kretz that will shortly be attacked with depth charges.
For depth charge attack.
Schwachhofer?
Captain?
You realize that this matter is different. Until now, our target has been just the target. Merchantmen lumbering sedately across our sights. Then, so long as my appreciation of their course and speed was correct and our instruments have functioned, we've hit. There's been no more to it than that.
Ja, Herr Captain.
But now we have against us a brain that matches mine, and that brain is driving a machine which is as well disciplined as our own boat.
But you will win, Herr Captain.
I hope so. I intend so. But I don't think it's going to be easy.
Aztec transmissions green, 165 closing. Propeller noises. Probably turbines, 150 revolutions.
Petty Officer Müller, release one Pillenwerfer.
Befehl, Herr Kapitän. Pillenwerfer released, Herr Kapitän.
Shall I reload?
Yes, and, Von Holm?
Captain.
Otto, let us consider our rendezvous. Where are we?
I had a perfect star sight this morning. We are here.
How far to go?
At 6 hours, 2 minutes zone time, we were 96 miles from the meeting point.
So, if we can maintain 4 knots, we shall be in position at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
That is so.
Leaving us 6 hours to spare before tomorrow's noon.
Provided our course and speed are maintained.
Yes, Otto, yes. Provided, as you say, that our course and speed are maintained. I have 1,000 curses on this Britisher. Otto, how could you have been so silly?
I don't know. It was just one of those things.
And without even time to shave. I hate that. Wait. Brown, can you give me the range?
It's very difficult, Herr Captain. The enemy is astern of us, and there is much interference from our own propellers. He comes closer all the time.
So the Pirnwerfer does not delude him. He is, I fear, a clever one. Now, let us consider with the help of the chart what to do. I'll wait until the destroyer is almost above me. Then I'll turn to port to reverse course. Full speed during the turn on the starboard engine, then reduce to 4 knots. After the turn, I'll release 2 Pirnwerfer and hold the reverse course for 15 minutes. Plot it on your chart, Otto. If he does not follow me around, I'll, at the end of another 15 minutes, alter course 90 degrees to starboard for 3/4 of an hour, and then resume our course of 210 degrees. Well, that will mean, Otto?
That we shall end up on a parallel course 3 miles southeast of our present track, and we shall lose almost 1 hour and a half. It's a great pity. It will cut down our amount of time in hand to no more than 4.5 hours.
I know. But if I can't sink him, I'd like to lose him. He is too close to what he should not see. 4:30. Full ahead, starboard. Steady on, 030.
Steer 208.
Steer 208, sir.
Echo bearing 209. Going away. Range 1500.
Stand back, Johnson. I want to see the plot.
Echo bearing 210. Going away. Range 1300.
Steer 210. He's on his old course again. He certainly is wedded to that course.
Double echoes. The first at 1200. The second at 1000.
Disregard the first echo.
The first echo stationary. Range 700. The second going away. 900.
Number one, the wily bird has slipped a pill. Fancy trying to catch us out with that old trick.
Well, sometimes it works, sir.
Oh, in the muddle of a convoy battle, yes. In this calculated sort of business, we shouldn't allow ourselves to betray.
Well, it's not exactly a dashing sort of affair, is it, sir? And I mean, trundling over the sea at 15 knots.
Like a grizzly bear.
Echo bearing 210. 500. Interrogative depth setting, sir.
Set depth charges to 75 feet. No idea how deep he is. He could be down anywhere between 60 and 400.
Pity we haven't got another escort with us. The second ship might give us some idea of depth.
One of the penalties of being single-handed, number one.
Echo bearing 210. 300. A lost contact ahead, sir.
Damn, he's deeper than I thought. Reset charges to 150 feet. Stand by charges. Let go.
Charges gone up.
Asdick, sweep astern.
Asdick sweeping astern, sir. Very confused echo, sir. Looks as though it will take some time for the disturbance to subside.
That's funny. I'd expect you to find him coming up as clear as a headland out of fog. Take a look astern, number one.
Aye, sir.
No contact, sir.
Try again.
No contact, sir.
Sweep all round. Beginning to fear he may have given us the slip.
All-round sweep completed, sir. No contact, sir.
Hell and damnation, where can he have got to? I'm afraid we're far too shallow. It's too much to hope we sank him.
There's nothing in the water, sir. Only the muck from our charges.
All right. I'll go to a position 4 miles to starboard of the track. I reckon he's doubled back and slipped off that way. It's what I'd have done. And I'll go fast. Have the Asdick house, number one.
How's the Asdick?
I'll dig house, sir.
Port 20, steer 280, 30 knots.
300 revolutions.
Forbridge, plot.
Plot, Forbridge.
You heard where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
Let me know when I'm 500 yards from the position.
Aye, aye, sir.
Half ahead, 4 knots, starboard 20. Steer 120.
Herr Captain, I can no longer hear the Aztec transmissions, but I have heard fast but distant propellers. Going away, Herr Captain. I think the destroyer has gone somewhere very fast.
Now, why has she done that, Schwachhofer?
Oh, it is unusual. Generally, the British stay going round and round the same spot. Or the books say so.
Agreed, but the books are only written by those who have survived. I'm just wondering if the Cecilia may be early at the rendezvous and the destroyer's gone off to interrogate her.
If she does, she will get more than she bargained for. But Cecilia has 6 5.5 guns.
Anyway, I'm going to seize the opportunity to shave. I don't like the men to see me like this. Call me if anything happens.
500 yards to go, sir.
Thank you, plot. Number 1, reduced to 15 knots.
Aye, sir. 150 revolutions.
Lower the Aztec. Commence sweep. Plot, if we have no luck this side of his course line, I'll try the other. I'm sure he'll go back to his old course of 210, number 1. If he gives that up, he's as much a beaten man as if I sink in. Plot, lay this off for me.
Aye, aye, sir.
Give him a turn to port after the attack, then allow for him to steer a reciprocal course for 15 minutes. Then a 90-degree turn to starboard for, say, 40 minutes, and then bring him back onto his course at 4 knots.
All round slip carried out, sir. No contact, sir.
Sweep again. Plot, I want a course and speed to intercept, something in the 28-knot class. You'll not try to torpedo us at that speed, number 1.
No contact, sir.
Very well. Here we go. Stop transmitting. Raise the Aztec. Ready with that course and speed yet?
Sir, 152 degrees at 29 knots, sir.
Good lad. Let me know when we're 500 yards from the position.
290 revolutions. Port 20. Steady on 152 degrees.
Morning, sir.
Ah, Robbins. How very clever of you. Fancy bringing my breakfast just when I have a chance to eat it.
Your ordinary breakfast time, sir. Nothing unusual about it at all, sir. Bacon and scrambled egg, reconstituted. All we've got left now, sir, but it's not too bad, really.
Is that a promise?
Brown, can you hear anything?
No, Herr Captain.
You don't look relieved.
No, Otto, I'm not. I'd like to have gone further to the southwest, but I have no time. If he's to be content, a sailor must always have something in hand of time or speed, and I've neither. The price is so big. We have the ability to get these ciphers back a fortnight before the fastest possible time the Cecilia could make. 14 extra days in which to do untold damage to the enemy. I will make the rendezvous.
The destroyer has been away for so long that we can surely have a look through the periscope.
As you see, Otto, let's come to periscope depth. Schwachhofer, periscope depth.
14 meters. Depth steady.
Up periscope. Brown, can you hear anything?
No, Herr Captain. Absolutely nothing.
Good. I can see nothing. I'll sweep again. Nothing. Down periscope. Schwacher, prepare to surface.
Jawohl.
It will give us a chance to change the air in the boat, and at speed on the surface, we may regain the time we've lost.
Herr Captain! Herr Captain!
What is it?
High-speed propellers, Herr Captain. Distant. Approaching rapidly.
How fast?
Very fast indeed. On the starboard beam. I have never heard faster.
On the starboard beam. Gott im Himmel! Emergency dive to 80 meters!
I hope we're right this time, number 1.
I don't know how he managed to disappear like that, sir.
Oh, he turned right round and left us only the smell. He turns more quickly than we do. To have speed, you must have length, and that means you can't turn quickly.
Plot, Forbridge.
Forbridge, plot.
500 yards to go, sir.
Thank you, pilot. Slow it down, number one.
Aye, sir.
And tell the Azdic to switch on the bridge loudspeaker as they start sweeping.
Very good, sir.
All round sweep, sir.
Yes, all round sweep. Good God, we're almost on top of it.
Captain, sir. Captain, sir.
Stop jabbering, I can hear it. What's the range?
400, bearing 140.
Have you time to attack?
Yes, sir.
Well, carry on. Set charges to 250 feet. Stand by charges.
Aye, aye, sir. Target going right.
Steer 180.
Range 300. Lost contact ahead, sir.
Damn.
Believe I got on my beam at 400 meters. No time to turn away. But perhaps he will not have time to attack. Maybe he will run over me and try to get contact the other side. I will turn towards him. Hard to starboard. Full ahead. Steer 280.
Right, starboard.
Open, move, kick forward. Stop. Mark, bay. Stop.
Contact astern. Bearing green 70, range 500, opening fast.
Starboard 30. Steer 300.
Red 05, sir. Bearing 295, range 1700. Submarine, going away.
We've only just turned in time. He is a clever one. Another minute's delay and he'd have been away again. Plot, what did that attack look like?
If the depth was anywhere near right, sir, the starboard thrower should have given him a nasty shaking.
I hope it did.
Will you attack again, sir?
Let's give him one while he's feeling shaky. Only 8 patterns of depth charges left. That's the real rub. After this attack, there'll be only 7. Azdic, prepare to attack.
Range 400. Range 300. Lost conductor.
Plot, what did that one look like?
He turned to port at the last moment, sir. I think he's back on his old course of 210.
I was afraid so. That attack won't have hurt him much. What a fool I am. I knew he'd turn one way or the other, and I should have known which. Number one.
Sir?
You go and have your breakfast. I'm going to take station half a mile astern of him for a bit.
Aye, aye, sir. You'll let me know if you attack, sir.
Oh, no. I think I'll just tag along astern of him for a spell. He can't hurt me, and I may get him rattled. It's early days, yeah?
What depth?
110 meters. All tanks working correctly.
We lost 30 meters.
Yeah, Herr Captain.
Keep us steady at 110 until we've checked on the damage. If there's nothing serious, I'll go deep to 150 meters. My mouth is as dry as a desert. Oh, what a mess.
Now we'll get the boat cleared up, Herr Captain. Gleis?
Yeah?
A bowman, 3 off the glass.
Yeah?
God in Himmel, look at the way the caulking is stripped away from the bulkheads. Electrician, replace the light bulbs. This infernal emergency lighting is so dismal.
Brown, your ears are not damaged?
No, Herr Captain. I removed the headphones before the first charges exploded.
Ah, that is good. Can you hear anything now?
Yeah, Herr Captain. The destroyer is in contact astern. It is difficult to tell her range because she is blanketed by her own propellers. I fancy she comes closer.
Keep me advised. Engineer Klitz, is everything well?
No material damage, Herr Captain.
Safe to go to 150 meters?
As far as I can ascertain, yes.
Schwachhofer, take her down to 150.
Jawohl, Herr Captain.
Brown, where's the destroyer now?
As before, Herr Captain. She is astern. Her engines turn very slowly. He is sitting on our tail, Herr Captain.
Some trifle! Otto, what do you make of that? He's trailing us like a police dog.
It is not the way to fight. Not the way they usually fight. The books say that the enemy usually goes on attacking wildly until his ammunition is exhausted.
Perhaps one day we'll write a book and tell them something different. I'm going to see if he's awake. It's just possible that he behaves like this because a part of his machine is broken. Brown, tell me exactly what happens. I want to know if he follows me or not.
I understand, Herr Captain.
Port 10, steer 120 degrees. Let us see if he'll follow us through a 90-degree turn.
Hello, Doc. Come up for some air.
Spot. Oh, but a wonderful day for it, sir.
Well, you've been screaming for an action ever since you joined. Now you've got it, what do you think of it?
Oh, it's all right as far as it goes. I must say I expected more excitement. Just look at the men basking in the sun. The flying fish skittering over the water.
Oh, actions vary as much as men do. Yeah, to be really effective, I could do with another ship. But on the other hand, I've no convoy to worry about and no fear of another U-boat trying to sink me while I deal with this one.
For how long can you really stay down?
Not for much more than 24 hours, if that. If I do absolutely nothing but stay on his tail, I'll get him in the end. Of course, I admit it's a bit of a strain on the Aztec team and the plot.
I'd like to see him blown up, please.
Oh, you would you?
Mm-hmm.
Bloodthirsty fellows you medical men are. I'd much rather catch them alive.
Just so you can ask him what he's doing.
And where he's going. It's obviously somewhere pretty important to the German war effort. My job is to jam it sooner or later. I'd just as soon have it later, because we might be able to learn what he's after. We've already come with him for 150 miles.
Good God, as far as that?
It's as far as that since I snaffled your queen. Want your revenge?
What, now?
I don't see why not. Maybe against the custom, but it's hardly against the tradition. The board's here. Set 'em up. Yeah, it'll help to prevent me becoming a giggling lunatic, which I might well do if I have to sit on this fish's tail for 24 hours.
My turn for fight.
Mm-hmm.
Forbridge.
A blast. Forbridge here.
Submarine altering course, sir. Bearing red 10, range decreasing.
Port 10.
Bearing still drawing left, sir.
Don't worry, it'll start to steady soon. Bearing now.
Bearing steadying. Bearing drawing right. Red 35. Red 30.
How's ahead, number 1?
125, sir.
Oh, the cunning fox has done a 90-degree turn to port. Steer 120. I bet he won't stay long on this course. It's just a wiggle to see if he can shake us up.
Brown, where's he now?
Still where he was, Herr Captain. He follows us round a second time.
As I feared, there's nothing wrong with his instruments or his men. Schwachhofer, we'll have to trick him somehow. Sooner or later, he'll attack again. Let us think of what he already knows. He is aware of our course because we've been forced to disclose it to him. He knows nothing else.
And he'd expect you to return to it.
Exactly. But we won't. At least, not for a little while.
We're all here, sir.
Good. Now, I want to explain my plan. I'm afraid we're in for a long, long battle. We've already expended a third of our charges, and the U-boat needn't surface for another 20 to 24 hours. Time may be the crux of the position. If I can't break him up, at least I can hope to shatter his nerve. Now, none of you can keep on all the time. Not you, pilot, on the plot, nor you, Hopkins, on the set, nor you, coxswain, at the wheel. But we may have to be on the top line at any moment. So I want you all to get somewhere comfortable, near your own particular part of the ship, and sit down and rest.
We've only 7 patterns left, sir.
Exactly. We'll attack him at regular intervals. At the change of watch, we'll attack at 12, 4, 6, and 8 tonight, again at midnight, at 4 in the morning, and the last one at dawn tomorrow. After a bit, he'll get to know the drill. And my bet is that when he tumbles to what we've got in store for him, it'll shake him almost as much, if not more, than our charges do. Now, go back to your stations now, and be ready at noon.
Oh, he'll begin to hate you, sir.
I reckon he does that already. Now, this time, I'll steam over him first to get some idea of depth. Probably he'll think I'm attacking, and he'll turn to port or starboard. When I come round again, I will attack. But because he's wedded to his 210 course, I'll know which way he's going to turn, and I'll be ready for it. Aztec hut.
Forward.
Range and bearing now.
Dead ahead. Range 1,000, sir.
Mm-hmm. Your move, Doc.
Contact the sun, green 160. Range 400, opening.
Blast him, he's double bluffed me. He's gone right round in one big circle. Starboard 10. I believe I'll get across his beam.
What about your end of the watch routine, sir?
Oh, I'll have to drop now, the one I'd planned for the dog watches. Can't afford to miss a chance.
Bearing green 150, range 600, opening.
Starboard 20. Attacking.
You see, Otto, he was well out on our beam. He had not expected that he would turn right round. It means that he is not quite as clever as we think.
Or that we can think, too.
Captain! Captain!
Yes, Brown, what is it?
Destroyer approaching starboard beam. Fast! I think he is attacking again.
Starboard 30! It's like running into a rock.
It could only have been 2 or 3 meters clear of the bow.
Fortunately, our strongest point. I've got to sink him, do you hear, Schwachhofer?
Ja, Herr Kapitän.
The destroyer's efficient, sometimes brilliant, but I think he's an improviser.
Then we must plan.
Yes, we will plan, and thoroughly, with attention to detail, Schwachhofer.
We shall have to go up to depth from which we can fire torpedoes.
Surely. But very slowly, or the destroyer will hear us blowing tanks. I won't ask you to do it quickly. I'll give you an hour. Otto?
Herr Kapitän.
Otto, let us consider. Let us assume we are at 20 meters depth. The destroyer attacks. Then what happens?
Probably he'll first again run over us without dropping charges, as he did earlier to guess our depth.
I think so, too. Then, when he is at the end of his run, and if we turn beam onto him, we should be able to hit him when he's turning with a spread of 4 angle torpedoes from our bow tubes.
With a spread of 20 degrees at 1,000 meters, one of the 4 should hit a target as long as that, possibly 2 hits.
I think the British captain has his lunch now. I think we go up.
Shall I start blowing now, Herr Kapitän?
Yes, very gently.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Petty Officer Miller.
Open, Kingston.
Captain. When we reach 20 meters, prepare for the 4 forward tubes for firing.
How long shall I have, Herr Kapitän?
How the devil should I know? When the destroyer attacks, I shall require them immediately.
Herr Kapitän! Herr Kapitän!
Yes, Brown, what is it?
Destroyer closing, Herr Kapitän!
Starboard 30!
Starboard 30!
As I thought. He didn't fire that time. He intends to fire the next time, if there is one. Stand by tubes 1 to 4. Oberleutnant von Holem, take charge of the attack table.
But, Herr Kapitän, the attack table is my duty.
Kunz, I've told the Oberleutnant to take over the attack table. I don't wish anything to go wrong.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Target bearing, red 90. Target speed, 50 knots. Range, 1,000. Torpedo speed, 40 knots. Depth, 5 meters. Spread torpedoes, 20 degrees.
Attack table lined up. Torpedo gyro switch made.
Follow attack table. Fire 1.
Torpedo running.
Fire 2.
Torpedo running.
Fire 3.
Torpedo not running.
Fire 4.
Herr Kapitän! Herr Kapitän!
What is it?
I'm getting torpedo hydrophone effect on the starboard beam. Bearing moving astern.
Verdammt! A rogue torpedo!
Order!
Emergency dive to 100 meters. One of our torpedoes is circling.
Changed his depth, number 1. He's shallow. Wonder if he's getting tired of it.
Maybe he is, sir.
Attacking? I must say that after this attack, a glimpse of a grey hull amongst the exploding charges would be a rewarding sight.
And how, sir?
Alstic, Fallbridge, Captain, sir.
What is it?
High-speed hydrophone effect, sir. Sent to bearing, green 90.
Starboard 30. Half a star starboard engine, full ahead port. So that's what he came up for, to fire angle torpedoes. I hope that God she turns in time. Get to the other side of the bridge, number one.
Aye, aye, sir.
Can you see anything, number one?
Not yet, sir. Belay that. There's one on the starboard bow. Going well clear, sir.
Nothing my side.
Another one, sir. Coming mighty close.
Where?
There!
Good grief, dark, man, dark! There's no sense in getting hurt if we don't have to. We can't do anything more. Must have missed. Let's have a look at the other side. Signalman, out of the way.
Oh, it's an Redheads. Fancy the cherries up in Redheads, too. Oh, it looked lovely and cool, slipping along down there.
Did it now? You see, number one, what we missed by not looking. Can't see anything to port. It'd surely be along by now. Ask the Aztec.
Fallbridge. Aztec. What's happened to the kippers?
They seem to have passed us down. I'm still in contact with the U-boat, sir. Bearing 295, range 100.
Well, let's carry on with the attack. I bet he fired a flush of 4 fish. I'd like to think that the 2 that didn't arrive had been upset by the hammering we'd given him. Half ahead, both. Steer 280. What's the time, number one?
10 minutes past 4. We're a little late, sir.
Herr Kapitän, shall I warn Brown?
Of what, Schwachhofer?
It's 5 minutes to midnight, but the enemy may attack again, Herr Kapitän.
Blöder Kerl, don't you see that you are falling into the very trap he set you? I see no reason to suspect any particular time of attack. Such a supposition would be highly dangerous and, Herr Oberleutnant, very bad for morale.
Herr Captain, destroyer is increasing speed. 150 revolutions. Closing.
For the love of God, will someone all that chair under the plainsman's fat behind? Its creaking drives me mad. What is it, Miller?
Herr Kapitän! It is young Edelman in the forward torpedo room. He's gone mad. It takes 4 men to hold him.
Schwachhofer, take charge while I'm away.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Lead on. I will follow.
Oh, Otto, I'm not enjoying myself.
Nor me either.
Have you seen his face, the Kapitän's? He's grey, like an old man.
Yeah, like the face of one already dead.
What's that?
Can't you guess? What else could he do? What could anyone do?
Achtung! That is the only medicine for those.
Herr Kapitän, the oil.
Oil? I remember, yes. The oil. He must have perfect efficiency, yes. Oil the plainsman's chair. It squeaks.
Herr Captain, destroyer is increasing speed. 150 revolutions. Closing.
Oh. 5 minutes to 6. Number one of your charity. Cocoa for all on the bridge.
Very good, sir.
As soon as it's fully light, we'll give him our last pattern. He's a real desperate character, this one, but he's only got the standard batteries and a limited amount of air. I don't think he can stay down more than another hour or two. And then the guns can deal with him. Oh, hello, pilot.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Starsight.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if we ought to push out another signal. It may help to let people know what's happening to us. We're 240 miles from where we picked up our Jerry Bear leader.
You wish to make a signal, sir?
Well, Willis, I was considering the possibility, only considering. Oh, don't look so disappointed. I probably shall. In fact, I think I will. Make to Admiralty, repeated Commander-in-Chief, South Atlantic. Still in contact. Enemy course unaltered. Depth charges expended. And get the position from the navigator.
Aye, sir. But we've still got one pattern left, sir.
Don't worry, yeoman. We won't lie. By the time you get that off, we won't have. Pilot, let me know as soon as you've got your position, because I'll want you on the plot when I attack.
Cocoa, sir?
Thank you, number one. Gosh, this car's good. Feeling tired?
Not as bad as I might be, sir.
No, neither am I. I was at my worst about 3 hours ago. Now I've merely got a tight feeling round my head, as if my cap was too small.
Do you think he'll fight his gun, sir?
I never see why so many of them don't. I've always thought that if I were a German U-boat commander, I'd try to do something with my cannon. After all, he's a terribly small target for our guns, and only a little of that vulnerable.
Whereas we're 10 times as big a target, and so packed with instruments and machines that we can't take a hit anywhere without losing some part of our fighting efficiency.
Scott, Forbridge.
Yes, pilot?
Our position, 5 north, 32 west, sir.
What? Exactly?
As near as damn it, sir.
That sounds just the sort of staff office choice for a rendezvous. I wonder if we've arrived.
Yes.
Dear, oh dear, the hair will be cross if we tagged along to his trysting place. Number one, let's attack him now. This time, I'm just going straight into attack with 450 feet on the charges. We may catch him napping. Particularly as we're out of the routine we've been training him to. We only attacked 2.5 hours ago. He won't be expecting us for another hour and a half. Tally-ho, chaps. Range and bearing, please.
Where are we now, Otto?
By my dead reckoning, we are here.
And we have arrived. We've made our rendezvous. At noon, the cruiser will join us and drive off the cursed destroyer.
Captain!
We've been successful in this. We'll be successful in the rest.
Captain!
Oh, I'm tired. Yes, what is it, Brown?
Captain, the destroyer is increasing speed.
The devil! He's not due. Starboard 30! Let us hope it's only one of his practice runs. We must be quicker next time.
What is it?
The gyro compass! Broken adrift! Be careful. It's dangerous.
Be careful! It's dangerous!
Fool! Surface!
Jawohl, Kapitän.
Captain! Chlorine. Sie wird in number 2 battery.
They're going up. Be ready to start the diesels, engineer.
You will never start them, never. I've withdrawn my men from the engine room and clipped the door shut. Otherwise, you will never reach the surface alive.
Is it as bad as that?
Perhaps you may go for a little while on the motors when you reach the surface. I don't know for how long. It's impossible to assess the damage. Already some of the cells are boiling.
Then we'll go back to Germany in the Sicilian. Oberleutnant von Holem, you are the gunnery officer. Have your gun's crew ready to man the gun. I will sink him yet. He's a much bigger target than we. There's no earthly reason why we shouldn't have some more prisoners to add to the Sicilia's bag.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Guns crew to muster in the control room. Guns crew to muster
20 meters. 10 meters.
Forbridge!
Yes, Isaac?
I think the submarine's blowing tanks, sir.
Thank you. Keep passing the range and bearing. Number one, surface action. Let's give him a good welcome.
Aye, sir.
Bearing 030. Very woolly echo. He's blowing all right, sir. Range 900.
Number one, bring your guns to the ready. U-boat, expected to surface green 60.
Aye, aye, sir. Permission to open fire, sir?
Not yet. Let's see if they start abandoning their ship. Yeoman, try and call them up with a light. I don't like firing on survivors. Make abandon to them very slowly.
Aye, aye, sir.
I wonder if they'll get it.
No sign of them yet. Oh, there they come, sir. Crawling out of the conning tower.
Damn the sun. I can't see him properly.
Target a submarine bearing green 55. All guns load, semi-armor piercing shell. Looks like someone's crawling aft.
Big gun ready.
There's a hell of a lot of smoke from her. Yellow-green. Very odd.
It's not diesel smoke.
Looks as if she's on fire.
Next gun ready.
He's manned his gun. Good God almighty, he nearly hit us. Open fire, number one.
Salvos, deflection 4 left. Range 900. Shoot! Down 100. Left 4. Shoot! Down 100. Rapid salvos.
All right, number one, I'll take her. You get down below. Good double quick. See what the damage is.
Sir, I had to flood the forward magazine. The deck was red hot, sir.
Christ, that's half our ammunition gone.
Couldn't be helped, sir. It was touch and go.
Much damage?
A blasted shell exploded in the naval store. Coils of burning rope, burning paint tins all over the place. On the console soon, sir.
This damned fellow is even more of a problem up above than he was down below.
Captain, permission to open the after escape hatch. The fumes from the burning battery will make a good smoke screen.
Excellent, Engineer. Do it at once.
Jawohl.
Schwachhofer, run up the attack periscope so that I can see.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
We're up, son of the enemy. We are now a very difficult target for him. Schwachhofer, raise the small periscope and con the quartermaster so that he steers to keep us between the destroyer and the sun.
Jawohl,
and keep
Captain.
our gun on an after bearing so that the conning tower will give it protection.
Jawohl.
He's signaling. I suppose he hopes we'll surrender. Our gun will answer that.
The fumes are perfect, Herr Captain. Our own crew can see through them, but they will make it very difficult for the destroyer.
A hit!
Where?
Somewhere between the bridge. Smoke is pouring out of the forward superstructure. What damages, Fritz?
Only part of the after casing is blown away. It is nothing.
Fritz, can I open the forward escape hatch?
Yes. There's only a very little sea, and that from astern. We can only go very slowly, for there's very little left in the battery.
Then open the engine here.
Yeah.
It will be easier to replace a casualty at the gun that way than through the conning tower hatch, and we should be in closer touch with von Holem.
Jawohl.
Besides, it will let a little light into the boat. Ha! Another hit! The destroyer's forward gun has not fired. Oh, von Holem. That is good shooting indeed. Kunz, tell the Oberleutnant von Holem that he's no longer to aim at the bridge, but between the funnels.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Well?
The other end of the conning tower. There is much mess, but no damage.
What is the charge in the battery?
Very low, Herr Captain. I do not think we can run the motors for much longer.
Now that the destroyer has lost one of her guns, her speed is her only superiority. Every other advantage lies with us. I'm going to turn a small circle. He'll then have to go round outside me on the longer distance, and he'll have to expose his flank. Well, Lieutenant Kunz?
Von Holem has made 2 hits. I give him your message. He says he will sink the destroyer.
Stand to attention when you speak to your commanding officer. And don't forget that none of this would have been necessary if you wouldn't have been such a fool.
Message for us, sir.
Read it, German.
Message reads, Acheron Marabouts Mastiff diverted to your support. Anticipate arrive your position noon today. Signal 0858 of the 18th to Force M refers.
1 6-inch gun cruiser and 2 fleet destroyers. Rather heavy support, one would think. And what on earth was Admiralty signal to Force M?
I had it turned up and deciphered, sir. Shall I read it?
Well, that might be quite a good idea, Yeoman.
Force M from Admiralty. Detach Acheron Marabout Mastiff to join Hecate, shadowing U-boat and position 06 degrees, 35 minutes north, 30 degrees, 10 minutes west at 0800 today. Anticipate U-boat may be attempting the rendezvous with Raider S or Raider M. Important to reduce wireless traffic to absolute minimum.
Oh, such a minimum of traffic that they didn't even repeat the signal to us. Yeah, hell, I've let the ship get down and I beam onto the enemy. Starboard 20.
Great, can't use your diesel, sir.
I don't think so. But he's a terribly confident customer. I can't take any more chances with him. I suppose he's waiting for his friend the raider to show up and save him. There's a lot more in today's doings than meets the eye.
Ship's not answering her wheel, sir.
Captain, sir.
What
Engineer
is
says
it?
number 2 boiler hit and main steam pipe fractured. He says he'll be up to report just as soon as he knows all the damage, sir.
Very well. Tell him to report as soon as he can.
Aye, sir.
Number 1, I'm afraid that blasted you'll be steering to get into the closed arc of X-gun. And then we shan't even be able to fire back at him.
Another hit. And clean between the funnels. With any luck, they'll stop him. Yes. He's turning and slowing, Schwachhofer. He's stopped. Ask Brown if he can hear any propeller noise.
Brown! Any propellers? No, Captain. He's stopped.
And all we have to do is to get to a position ahead of him where his aftergun cannot reach us. Port 10. Soon we shall be out of the arc of his fire. Then it will be no more than target practice.
There's very little left in the battery, Captain.
Oh, we only need very little. Once his gun cannot reach us, we shall stop the motor. In 300 meters, we shall be safe.
Yes, I got.
They hit it, Herr Kapitän! They hit it!
The gun?
As I said, Herr Kapitän, it's gone!
And the gun's crew?
They also... Herr Kapitän!
Schwachhofer.
Herr Kapitän.
Keep an eye on Müller.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Now, let us see what is happening. Good, I can no longer see the destroyer's aftergun. Oberleutnant, stop the motors.
Stop motors.
Both motors stopped. I do not think, Herr Captain, unless we can start a diesel, the propellers will turn again. The batteries show no charge.
What matter? It's now 9 o'clock. We have only 3 hours to wait. Let us go with the engineer to see if it's at all possible to get the diesel running. But first, I will order Kunz and Müller to reload at least 1 torpedo. You've sufficient air in the bottles to fire?
I think there's enough to fire 1 torpedo, possibly 2.
1 will be sufficient for a sitting duck.
Oh, the boat rolling like this, it won't be easy to reload.
But we'll try. Hey, engineer, come with us. Lieutenant Kunz, Petty Officer Müller.
Herr Kapitän.
Reload 1 torpedo.
It is very dark. It's almost too dark to see, Herr Kapitän.
Herr Lieutenant, you will obey my orders and at once.
Herr Kapitän.
What is it, Müller?
The boat rolls too much. We will damage the torpedo and possibly crush a man.
Then load another at once, Müller, and report to me as soon as you've reloaded. Schwachhofer, Kretz, we'll go on deck and see if it is possible to get down the after hatch to the diesel.
The light hurts one's eyes.
What a mess.
That gun will never fire again.
The after end of the conning tower, too.
What the devil was that?
I heard it.
I don't know.
Good God, they're firing at us with a rifle. Jump for it, get down, get down. Anyone hit?
No, Herr Captain.
No, Herr Kapitän.
Would have thought we'd given that destroyer enough to do without them firing rifles at us.
I wonder if we could get down into the diesel room wearing gas masks.
I doubt very much if there's any oxygen down there at all.
If we use the escape masks?
I'm afraid, Herr Kapitän, the floor plates will be too hot to stand on.
Let us at least pour some water down and find out.
I'll go and get a bucket.
Herr Kapitän, I submit I should go. You have only 1 engineer, and if he should be wounded or killed...
You are right, Schwachhofer. You go walk on the ballast tanks and keep your hat below the casing. You'll be all right if you keep in that shelter.
Miss!
He's a marksman, that one.
Herr Kapitän, he is coming back. Heini! Heini! Fill the bucket and pass it up before you climb over.
My boots are so full of water, I needn't have gone for the bucket.
Pour the water down the hatch.
I'm afraid it's useless. We can never start those motors.
You're right. We go back to the torpedo room.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, hello, Chief. Just doing a bit of sniping to keep the enemy away. Must do something to pass the time. I hate just lying here. Well, what's the damage?
Pretty bad, sir. The shell split number 2 boiler and cut the steam pipe between that and number 1 boiler. I can isolate number 3, but the 3rd boiler is pretty badly damaged too, sir.
How much?
Distortion, sir. The tubes are hanging in bites. It being action stations and the 3rd boiler connected, the steam from all 3 boilers was lost at once. Number 3 cooled off too quickly, sir.
Will you be able to move her at all?
I'll probably give you some sort of steam in about an hour, sir, but it won't be much.
Well, let me know when you're ready. Then I'm going to ram that ruddy U-boat. 1 or 2 of their chaps have been down the after hatch, but they don't seem to be able to get below, so I assume they won't motor off.
It'll have to be in-hand steering, sir. The rods to the steering engine were shot away.
So I gather. But it'll only be a short trip, and we'll manage somehow.
What the devil now? Silence!
Stand back, all of you. Both rudders and the propeller damaged. Now, Lieutenant, how did this happen?
Petty Officer Muller had not secured the aftergrab properly.
It is a lie, Herr Kapitän.
Petty Officer, wait until you're spoken to.
It is still a lie.
Be quiet, Miller.
I cannot be quiet, Herr Kapitän, when this young Nazi fool accused me of something I never did.
Schwachofer, Petty Officer Miller is to be placed under open arrest for insulting an officer.
Petty Officer Miller, you're under open arrest. You will go to Petty Officer's mess and remain there until I come.
Jawohl, Herr Oberleutnant.
I'm afraid Miller himself forced me to back the wrong horse.
Oh, it's a great pity. But I do not see how it could have been helped.
And now we'll lower the fore end of this damaged torpedo. We'll chuck it on the deck here and bring out another. I myself will take charge of the loading. I'm sweating like the proverbial bull after that exercise.
I, too.
Fritz, I want to see if there's anything left in the battery. And the boat will turn more easily downwind. Use the starboard engine. Quartermaster, hard to port. Engineer, starboard engine ahead.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Starboard motor turning, Herr Kapitän.
Stand by numbers 1 and 2 tubes. Thank God the periscope is not damaged. Good. Are you ready, Herr Oberleutnant?
Numbers 1 and 2 tubes ready, Herr Kapitän.
Very soon now. Stand by, Schwachofer. Stand by! He is moving. Fritz! Give him every bit of power you have!
There is no more, Herr Kapitän.
Hard! Hard a port!
The wheel is hard over, Herr Kapitän.
The motor has stopped. Can we not angle the torpedoes?
What? Without electricity to set the attack table? The Cecilia should be here within an hour.
I fear the destroyer will be here first.
He cannot sink us by gunfire.
If he's any sense, he will ram us. And I fear that he has. Here's the key. Unlock the revolver cabinet. Give me mine and take one each.
Herr Kapitän, where are you going?
Into the conning tower. Wait for him.
Starboard 20. Number 1, ask X-Gun if they can get a shot or 2 away.
Aye, aye, sir. Hello, X-Gun. Can you get a shot or 2 away? Damn. Keep trying. X-Gun reports the target is obscured, sir.
Never mind, it's cold steel now. Port 20. In-hand steering, and at this low speed, she's steering like a drunken dray horse. Ah, hello, Doctor. How are the patients?
As well as I can make them, sir. Oh, there are some terrible bad burn cases. I can't do any more.
Oh, we caught a Tartar, all right.
Funny end to it all. Bright sun, gentle breeze. And we're still trying to kill each other just because of a nasty little megalomaniac in a coloured shirt.
God, she's a fiend to steer. Stop at 20. I'm not trying to kill anyone, Doc. I'm just going to sink a ship that's done minor deal of damage. You can't be too analytical.
Is that her captain in the conning tower, that flaxen-headed chap?
I expect it is. I'd like to meet him.
Higgins, put that rifle down.
Sir, you were shooting just now.
I know, Higgins, but it's quite different now. When I was firing, there was quite a chance that they'd get their boat underway and torpedo us. Now they haven't unearthed it. And in a moment, they'll be survivors. Hard to port.
Hell! Fancy a wave taking us just at the last moment. Hell and damnation! I struck him a glancing blow and it should have been a straight run. Number one, get down the arm deck. Try and get fenders between the ships. Hurry, man, hurry.
Captain, sir! Captain, sir!
Yes, number one.
The U-boat's hydroplane has penetrated the hull below the waterline.
Hell's bells and buckets of blood. Doctor, get the engineer on the engine room telephone.
The engineer, sir.
Chief, the U-boat's hydroplane.
I know, sir. I've had to withdraw my men from number 3 boiler room, and the water's making fast in the engine room itself.
Can we keep it afloat?
Without full steam to work the ejectors, absolutely no, sir.
How many compartments will flood?
The engine room and all 3 boiler rooms. The shell destroyed the boiler room bulkheads.
All right, get your men on deck, Chief. I'll let you know about abandoning ship soon. Doctor, get your injured men alongside the boat. Yeoman, take the official publications down to the wireless cabinet. Tell the petty officer telegraphist to make an SOS on the emergency set to Acheron, and then prepare to abandon ship. Make sure the cabinet's locked when the last man is out.
Aye, aye, sir.
Ah, pilot.
U-boat sunk, sir.
And about time, too. Now it's our turn. Have the quartermaster pipe prepared to abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh. Mind if I come aboard, Bradley?
All right, Jordan, sir.
Oh, I'm duly grateful to Mr. Carley. But he wasn't much of a one for company. Surprising how big the sea looks when you take to it on a raft. Oh, what have you got there, Bradley?
Looks like a young cherry officer, sir. Shall I drive back, sir?
Good God, no.
All right, sir. Not if you say so. But it do seem sort of strange after all the trouble they caused us.
Come on, get him in.
Right, you, sir. Come on. Who's next for the Skylark? Hi, Charlie. Where the hell do you think you're going? Spin the ruddy out, are you? Come over here and have yourself rescued in a proper and seaman-like manner. I've got any childish steals, sir.
Yeah, wait a minute. Who's there? He's first.
Yeah, it's another bloody Jerry, sir.
We'll have him aboard, whoever he is.
Just as you say, sir. Sorry, Charlie, mate. You'll have to take your place in the queue.
Good grief, it's the U-boat skipper.
Proper home for distressed Jerry's, we are. Come on, Charlie. Your turn now.
Captain.
The captain.
Corvette and Captain Peter von Stolberg.
My name's John Mark.
You're the captain?
Yes, I'm the captain.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't.
We have ourselves sunk.
Yeah, I've been wanting to meet you for the last 2 days.
You understood my English, yes?
Yeah, you said we'd sunk each other. More correctly, I sank you, and then was fool enough to let my ship be driven into yours.
My English is not much good to argue.
You're doing much better than I could do in German.
Captain? You make compliments.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Carefully.
Thank you.
And what's your name, Sonny? I asked you what your name was.
Kunz. Lieutenant Kunz. Carl.
Yeah, all right, all right. So it's Kunz. You have a fag, Kunz.
Protection.
There's one thing I really want to know, Captain. Is where you went to yesterday morning. Did you double back and then make a big circle to the southeast before you returned to your course at 210?
So you know my course, Captain.
I've come a long way with you. Over 200 miles. Where exactly were you going?
I do not think, Captain, that I can answer your question. Circumstances, you will agree, are very odd.
I should say they were unique. But I really don't see why we can't discuss what we've been trying to do to each other for the past 40 hours.
I prefer not to talk about the duties of my ship.
Oh, well, I suppose that is the absolutely correct attitude to adopt. Though I must say you're a grave disappointment to me. When we hauled you aboard, I hoped we might have enjoyed a sort of 19th hole.
19th hole? I
I do not understand.
Don't you play golf? I thought you Continentals played a lot.
Herr Captain, we have business to discuss.
Oh, not really. Not business, no. All I expect from you is that you'll keep discipline amongst your men, and I'll look after mine. Not that any of them look as if they're going to cause trouble. I do wish you'd tell me where you were going. I promised my doctor I'd ask you that.
Captain, we have arrived.
Congratulations. You know, I said to my navigator only this morning when he got his morning stars that I thought you might have done so. Oh, of course, I forget. You couldn't take any yourself. I'm sorry. But you might like to know that your dead reckoning was exactly right.
Captain, your ship's name, please.
My ship is... was His Majesty's Destroyer Hecate. The number of your U-boat?
Captain, I'm not at liberty to disclose the number of my boat.
You know, von Stolberg, you're adopting a very peculiar attitude. I told you the name of my ship. I really don't see why you can't tell me the number of yours.
I think you overlooked something.
I don't see what. We're both survivors. Surely we can be civil and polite to each other. Hey, for God's sake, man, sit down. You'll overturn the rod.
You must pardon my bad English, Captain, but I must make myself plain. You are my prisoner.
And your what? Will you sit down?
Captain, our armed cruiser, the Cecilia, meets me here at noon today. Already she has many allied prisoners. I fear that you and your man must join them. I asked you to give me your parole.
Now, look, Stolberg, if you want to fight, you can have it. If I were to tell my lads to chuck a whole lot of your 40-odd men into the ditch, they'd do it. I don't want that to happen, but if I have one more word about my being your prisoner, I'll slap your ears back myself. Now sit down before I knock you down.
But, Captain, you are going to be my...
I'm going to be your what?
My prisoner.
Come and get me there.
With you, sir.
Well, thank you, Bradley, but he's my bird. I'm going to dust his pants on him if I can stay on the feet.
You would not strike me, you, Captain, to fight like a sailor.
How to hell with that, chum. I'm a survivor, and you're another.
Suck him on, sir. Don't waste time on the bastard.
I don't intend to, Bradley.
Crikey, sir. Look out behind you, sir.
What
the cunts. Captain, I'll hit them.
Now, Heil my Aunt Fanny.
Right, young buns. You're going back in the bleeding noggin if it's the last thing I do. Behind me, sir. Sir, look over there.
Lord Stolberg, I owe you an apology. I should perhaps have made it plain that I'd asked some friends of my own to meet us here.
You mean?
Yes. I mean, I'm afraid that the position you envisage is, in fact, reversed.
And what the hell was going on here? HMS Brotherhood, your service. Now look, lively lads, get them all as quick as you can. Egrel and Bastia are chasing a German raider just over the horizon. We want to see the map, too.
You have been listening to The Enemy Below by D.A. Rayner, and the cast was as follows. Commander Murrell, Captain of the Hecate, Leo Genn. Korvettenkapitän von Stolberg, Captain of U-121, Gerard Heinz. Narrator Norman Claridge, Surgeon Lieutenant Macmillan, Fraser Carr, Lieutenant Magnuson, John Baddeley, Andrews, Glyn Dearman, Radar Officer Peter Bartlett, Lieutenant Commander Thompson, Kevin Flood. Willis, John Broster, Lieutenant Johnson, Bruce Condell, Engineer Officer Peter Bartlett, Stoker Bradley, John Baddeley, and Robbins, Bruce Condell. Engineer Kritz, Michael Goldie, Lieutenant Kuntz, Gabriel Wolfe, Bauer, Kenneth Hyde, Brown, Louis Stringer, Oberleutnant von Holm, Frank Partington, Oberleutnant Schachhofer, John G. Heller, Plainsman Stephen Thorne, Petty Officer Muller, Rudolf Offenbach. Other parts were doubled by members of the cast. The program, which was recorded, was produced by Richard Imeson.
Flare Path is a play by Terence Rattigan,
Written in 1941 and first staged in 1942. Set in a hotel near an RAF Bomber Command airbase during the Second World War, the story involves a love triangle between a pilot, his actress wife and a famous film star. The play is based in part on Rattigan's own wartime experiences. At the Falcon Hotel on the Lincolnshire coast, men from a nearby RAF airbase are planning to spend the weekend with their wives. Patricia Graham, an actress from London, has something to tell her husband Teddy, who is a bomber pilot. The situation is complicated when Peter Kyle, a Hollywood film star, arrives at the hotel, and Teddy is sent out on a night raid over Germany. Patricia is torn between a rekindled old flame and loyalty to the husband who relies on her for support.
We present Basil Jones, Betty Bascom, Jane Wenham, and Anthony Hall in Flare Path by Terence Rattigan, adapted for radio by Kenneth Morgan. Flare Path. (1942). Milchester was just a small, sleepy Lincolnshire market town until the bomber station was built there 2 years previously. On the outskirts of the town, there's a hotel called the Falcon, which faces across the road to the aerodrome. It's a modest country hotel in which 2 or 3 members of the RAF are at present staying. The swing doors leading out onto the road are opened, and a man of about 35, very correctly dressed in country attire, comes in carrying a suitcase.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I'd like a room, please.
Single or double?
Single.
Quite impossible, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Finished your tea, Countess?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mrs. Oak.
What about a double?
Oh, you said you wanted a single.
Yes, but if you haven't got a single, I'd like a double.
I'm sorry, we're full right up.
Well, then why did you give me the choice of asking for a single or a double?
Well, you might have been a married couple.
I might have been a sultan and full harem, but I don't think that makes any difference. If you haven't got a room, you haven't got a room, have you?
No. We haven't got a room.
Heavens, water.
Why,
I beg your pardon?
You're Peter Kyle, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid so.
Oh, no, you wouldn't know me. I saw Light of Love in Milchester only yesterday. Isn't it funny?
Yes, it is. It's over 2 years old now, Light of Love.
Oh, we only get the old ones in Milchester. Oh, well, I never. This is a thrill.
It wasn't a good picture either, I'm afraid.
I always think you're good.
I'm so glad. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? My name's Doris. I won't tell you the other name because you'd never be able to pronounce it. You came over here to arrange about your new picture, didn't you? I read all about it.
Yes.
And you're giving all your salary to the Red Cross. Oh, I do think that's fine. Of course, you're English, aren't you?
By birth, yes, but I've been an American citizen for the last 7 years.
Well. Peter Kyle. Would you believe it? Drifting into the old Falcon just like that and asking for a room.
And not getting it.
Oh, don't you worry about that. The idea. Mrs. Oak? Yes? Don't you know who this gentleman is? Huh?
No. I thought I told you
Look
that
at him carefully and then tell me if you don't recognize him.
No. Can't say I do.
Oh, look again. Look at him side view, then you'll see.
I think I'd better tell you my name straight away, otherwise this might go on all night. I'm Peter Kyle.
Peter Kyle?
Oh?
Yes, you know, the film actor.
An actor?
Well, he's very famous. So please, Mrs. Oakes, do try and fix him up if you can.
How long did you want to stay?
Just this one night.
Oh, just the one night. Well, Countess, seeing that the gentleman is a friend of yours, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that's terribly kind of you.
Now, let me see. I could put a bed up for him in the attic, only I don't like to do that because of firebombs.
Well, I don't mind it.
Oh, yes, but I do. Don't want my hotel burnt down.
But I'm not particularly inflammable.
Possibly not, but the bed is. Dinner's at 7:30.
I don't think she likes me.
Oh, no, I'm sure she does. It's only that we get so few civilians around here.
We're all Air Force here, you know. I suppose you came to see someone up at the station.
When you say you're Air Force, does that mean you work at the aerodrome?
Oh, no. I'm no wife. I've got the figure for it. No, my husband's a pilot.
A fighter pilot?
Oh, no. Bombers. Wellingtons. You must have seen them when you passed the aerodrome.
I'm not very good about aeroplanes.
Aircraft.
Oh.
Yes, he's second pilot in a Wellington, my Johnny. Oh, do tell me about Hollywood. Do you know Carmen Miranda or Bing Crosby? Just a minute.
What are they?
Sterlings, I expect. They're four-engine aircraft anyway. Probably from Shepley, been on a day raid most likely. Boys will know. Tell me, did you meet Carmen Miranda or Bing Crosby?
I've never met Carmen Miranda, but I know Bing Crosby fairly well.
Fancy. Whatever's he like? Oh, I suddenly thought. You must know Mrs. Graham, Teddy Graham's wife, Patricia Warren, the actress, you know. She was in a play of yours in New York. She's staying here.
Really?
Do you remember her?
Yes, I do.
Oh, she won't half be surprised when she sees you. She went up for a nap. Shall I call it out?
Oh, no, please don't. I'll see her later anyway.
She's only been here since yesterday morning. It's the first chance she's had of coming to see her hubby. The play she was acting in London only came off last week. He's just been made captain of a Wellington, too. She's as proud of him. It's a treat to see them together. It is, really.
I feel it's time for a drink. Can I get you one?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kyle. Have a gin and lime. There's the bell by the door. Yeah, that one there.
Thank you.
Evening,
Candace.
Oh, hello, Dusty.
Spotted me wife anywhere?
I don't think she's come yet, Dusty. She was coming by bus, wasn't she?
Yeah, 4:25 from Lincoln, so she should have been here 20 minutes ago. Oh, excuse me.
We were just going to have a drink. Will you join us?
Thank you, sir. I don't mind.
I rang the bell, but nothing seems to happen. Well, tell me, what does AG stand for?
Air Gunner.
Tail end stew, that's me.
What's it like being a tail end steward?
Oh, not so bad. Gets a bit cold sometimes.
A bit cold is an understatement, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Depends, really. Some nights it's all right. Other nights you come down and you've got to get a bloke with a hammer and chisel to get you off the seat.
Anybody ring? Yes, I rang. I want a gin and lime, and what's your Sergeant?
Beer, please, sir.
A beer and a whiskey and soda.
There's no whiskey.
Well, then I'll have a gin and tonic.
There's no tonic.
Bring me a pink gin.
Here, you can have it.
Good.
You don't know who this gentleman is, do you, Dusty?
No, I can't say I do.
It's Peter Kyle.
Oh,
What's your name, Sergeant?
Miller, sir.
I'm glad to meet you.
Peter Kyle. Well, I'm a monk. Do you know Dorothy Lamore?
No, I can't say I do.
Oh.
Drink, go. Oh, good. Thank you. There you are. And keep the change. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
There's nothing on tonight, is there, dear?
Not so far as I know.
Tinkety-tonk, Mr. Kyle.
Good health.
Hello, Johnny Ducks. You're early.
Hello, darling.
Is Teddy with you?
He puts card gatherers. I ring for drinks?
Evening, sir.
Good evening.
Johnny, I want you to meet a very famous man.
Pardon?
Very famous man. Film star. Understand?
Oh.
Peter Kyle.
Oh, yes, please.
How do you do?
And he's sweet and he kicks his heels. He's having English lessons up at the station, aren't you, Johnny Ducks?
Please?
English lessons, sir. Your wife says you're having English lessons.
Oh, yes. English lessons. I learn much. How are you to dine, Mrs. Brown, please? The Eiffel Tower is tallest building in the world.
World, Johnny, world, not world.
Wow.
Good evening, Count.
Good evening, Mrs.
You will be into dinner, I presume? And you will be staying the night? No early breakfast or late suppers?
No, please. Tonight I stay with my wife.
No, not stay. Stay. tonight I stay with my wife.
Mrs. Oakes, it's all right about that double room for tonight, isn't it?
Yes, you've got number 2. Do you want to go up now?
No, thanks. The wife's not come yet. Should have been here near an hour ago. Just like her, I will say.
She'll turn up, you'll find.
Hello, Doris, my beautiful. How's every little thing? Evening, Sergeant. Where's the wife?
Don't know, sir. Gone off course a bit, looks like.
You tell me her navigation was pretty ropey.
It's lousy. If she don't come soon, I'll post her as missing. Believe got in the wrong bus.
I should. Johnny, you clot. What about that beer you were going to get me? I not forget. A rum. Good Lord. It's not Peter Kyle, is it?
Yes, it is, Teddy. It really is. Isn't it wonderful?
Pucker Jen?
Pucker Jen, sir.
Good Lord, I say. I mean, good Lord. I say, I'm awfully glad to meet you, sir, and all that.
Must you call me sir?
Oh, I suppose not. I mean, Peter Kyle. Well. Good Lord. You must know Pat. That's my wife, Patricia Warren. She was, or she still is. I mean, she still uses the name and all that. Pat, you upstairs?
Hello, Teddy. I heard you come in.
Well, come on down. There's something down here that's going to shake you considerably.
Oh? Just coming.
I say, I suppose you do know her. I mean, she was in a play of yours, you know, a tiny part, but she shoots a line about your having been very kind to her and all that.
Does she? Yes, I remember her well.
Look, you go there, under the stairs, so she won't see you when she comes down.
You are silly. Oh, look out. What's all this about my being shaken?
Nothing, darling, just to get you to come down.
Oh, hello, Johnny. Good evening, Doris.
This is Sergeant Miller, my tail gunner. A very bad type.
He doesn't look it. How do you do? It's funny the loose way you Air Force people use your slang. For instance, to shake someone or to be shaken seems to cover anything from crashing in flames to seeing a caterpillar. Or something.
Hello.
Hello?
Well, darling, are you shaken or are you shaken? Now, be honest.
I'll be honest, I'm shaken.
Excuse me, Mrs. Graham.
Drinks, lovely. Which of these is for me?
As a matter of fact, I didn't...
Teddy, you don't mean to tell me you've left me out. I'll have a pink gin.
Another pink gin, Percy.
Yes, sir.
Come on, everybody.
When did you arrive? Only a few minutes ago. Just fancy Peter Kyle blowing into the old falcon just like that. You should have seen my face. Yes. Well, what's the news from the aerodrome, Teddy?
Nothing much. Matter of fact, it's been a quiet day, hasn't it, Sarge?
Pretty quiet, sir.
Sterling Force landed a few minutes ago. You probably saw it.
Well, the Countess and I saw it.
Oh, don't call me Countess, please, Mr. Kyle. Or if you do, give me my full name, which is Countess Skrijevinsky.
Your drink, Mrs. Graham.
Oh, thank you.
Hell of a dual keel this afternoon.
Come here, Percy. Who told you that?
Well, just come through on 6 o'clock.
Oh. Laughs on me.
Hell of a do it must have been. Blennings, Wimpies, Halifaxes and Sterlings. We lost 17. Shot down 22 of theirs, though.
17. Not too good. I reckon the squadron's done pretty well up to now to keep out of these daylight duels, don't you?
You're telling me.
I have wished to go on these daylight duels. You mean you don't have wish?
No.
I do have wish. I have wish to see my bombs to fall. I see what you mean, Johnny, old boy.
I want another drink.
Good Lord, you haven't finished that one already.
Mm-hmm.
Percy! What were you drinking, Mrs. Graham?
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. It was a pink gin.
A pink gin for Mrs. Graham and the same again for the others. Yes, sir.
Just as well we got tonight at home, eh, Dusty?
Oh, I wouldn't put it past them to send us out now. They've done it before.
Dusty's the world's prize moaner. He even moaned to me over the intercom because he'd shot down a Messerschmitt. You tell him about it, Dusty.
No, Mr. Graham, sir, please, not now.
Oh, do tell us, Sergeant.
Oh, it's nothing, Mum, really. Mr. Graham's told you it's only I shot down a Messerschmitt, I think.
What do you mean you think? Tell him, Dusty.
Well, they'll think it's a line, sir.
Why don't you tell the story, Teddy?
No, I didn't see it. We were stooging along over the Dutch coast somewhere, and suddenly I heard Dusty's voice over the intercom saying, "Hello, Skipper. Tail calling. ME-110's just been at us. Sod's gone into the drink on fire. Over." Gone is the operative word.
You did shoot at it, though, didn't you, Dusty?
Oh, yes, Mum. I shot at it all right. The bright moon there was. Saw it as clear as I'm seeing you. He opens up about 500 yards with his cannons, and I've got him in me sights, and he's getting bigger all the time. And I press the triggers, and there's a ruddy great glow all of a sudden, and down he goes into the drink, turning and twisting. I thought, crikey.
That's not what I'd have thought.
Oh, first time I'd ever seen him, Messerschmitt, and down he goes. Just like that.
Good show, Dusty. You get another beer for that. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. Hello, Maudie.
Hello, Dave.
Got on the wrong bus, did you, Maudie?
You set the Skillingwater bus, Dave.
Yes, that's right. 4:25 from Lincoln.
Well, I went to Skillingwater and you weren't there.
Oh, Maudie, I didn't tell you to go to Skillingwater. You should have got off at Milchester.
You said the Skillingwater bus, Dave.
Yes, but the Skillingwater bus goes through Milchester. You should have got off at Milchester.
You never said nothing about Milchester. You don't look very well, Dave. Have you been getting those backaches?
Here, Maudie, you have to register. You sign your name here.
Because if you have, I brought that medicine you left behind last leave, the one your doctor gave you.
All right, Maudie, here's where you sign. Here.
So she got into base at last, Dusty?
Yes, sir. Brought her in on the beam.
How'd you do, Mrs. Miller?
Oh, well, this is Flight Lieutenant Graham, Maudie. You know, the one I was telling you about. He's me skipper.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you think he's looking?
A bit peaky, I told him. I think he must be getting those backaches.
If you'll excuse us, sir, we'll be nipping upstairs.
I'll see you both later.
Here, let's have your case.
The man at Skillingwater said I should have caught the 4:45 from Lincoln.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. The 4:25's all right if you've done what I told you.
He said the 4:45 don't go through Skillingwater at all. And all I had to do was to change into a Milchester bus at Windowsill. You did say the Skillingwater bus, Dave.
All right, all right.
A henpecked hero.
Oh, Dusty's not hand-pecked, believe me. I bet he gives as good as he gets. Shall we go upstairs, Johnny Ducks? I must tidy up a bit and dinner's quite soon, and you'll want a shave.
Please?
Shave, dear.
Oh, yes. Not shave this morning. Very pricky.
Prickly, Dusty. Perhaps he meant pretty. He meant prickly, and he's right. I don't like my beautiful going about looking like an old porcupine. Come on, Johnny. Upstairs.
Yes. Excuse, please. I must go up to my room where I will shave. Terrific, Johnny. Well done. That was good. How I say him?
Yes, my goodness, for that one, that was like yours.
Talk about henpecking. Doris rules her old count to the rod of iron.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said Doris rules her old count to the rod of iron.
Yes. I feel awfully sorry for him.
Why, Doris is all right.
Yes, she seems charming, only, well, of course, it may be just that he doesn't speak any English.
Well, even if he didn't speak a word of English, I don't think he'd run any risk of mistaking Doris for the Duchess of Stillwater.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I'm going to have a bath before dinner. I'm sure you two are longing to get down to a nice theatrical gossip party.
Oh, we'll have quite a lot to talk about, I expect.
I bet you will. All about Angel Fanny and Sweetie Pie Cyril. Oh, darling, can I borrow your eau de cologne?
Yes, but don't take too much. It's absolutely priceless.
I'm going to pour it on with a bucket. If I can't look like the screen's great mother, at least I can smell like a glamour boy. Go on.
He's nice. But what a baby. Darling, don't look angry, please.
Angry? Oh, Lord, what an idiot you are.
I don't think I've done anything so wrong in coming down to face the music.
Face the music? Ah, beautifully Hollywood. What was your idea to get Teddy alone and say, I love your wife?
If you must know, yes.
How did you visualize the scene after that? Was it like your last film when you let Spencer Tracy knock you down and saved each other's lives just before the fade out? Oh, and you called Teddy a baby.
I'm sorry, but I've never been able to see why you should have to do the telling alone.
Because this isn't a film, and there's no need for you to worry about whether you're playing a sympathetic part.
You're being rather brutal.
I'm trying to be.
Oh, Pam,
No.
darling. This hasn't made any difference, has it?
Of course it hasn't made any difference.
You'd much better let me tell him. Look, I can explain.
I'm the one to tell him. The only one, Pete.
Oh,
Sorry, Peter. Oh, darling. I'm hating all this, you see.
I know. Are you sure I can't help?
I'm afraid you can't. Nobody can.
What are you going to tell him?
Everything?
Starting way back.
Way back. This way back, I suppose.
April 27th, 1938.
You always did have a date complex.
So did you. What about our celebrations on the 27th of every month? You can't have forgotten them.
15 altogether.
I wish you'd told him that part of it when you married him. Then it wouldn't be so difficult now. Oh, you were a fool to run out on me, weren't you?
You were a fool to let me go.
Well, I couldn't very well have stopped you, could I?
You could have come over here a bit sooner than you did. I couldn't go to you until after the war, or a letter would have been rather nice.
Well, I was making a big experiment, darling. You know that, trying to live without you. It wasn't a success.
Nor was mine.
When you married Teddy, how much did you feel for him?
Oh, I don't know, Peter. Well, he didn't give me much chance. He was on a week's leave, and we were married before he went off to his squadron. What the papers would call a whirlwind wartime romance.
But now you do know, don't you?
Yes, I know now.
Tell me then. How much do you feel for him now? I'm horribly jealous of him, you know that.
I'd be angry if you weren't. You can't know anyone as well as that without feeling something. Something rather strong.
Is there much to do?
Not much, but... Well, what there is... Well, just terribly nice. But in the sense that you mean, I don't feel anything for him at all.
That's true, isn't it, Pat?
Yes, it's true.
You won't run out on me again, will you?
I'll tell Teddy tonight. Oh, ring the bell, Peter. I want another drink.
Why didn't you tell him last night?
Well, there was a party. They were all very sweet, and they all had gallons of beer, and they all sang songs. Very bawdy, most of them. And finally, 2 or 3 of them passed out like logs.
What about Teddy? Did he pass out, too?
Yes, I had to put him to bed, poor lamb.
Charming for you.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it was, rather.
Oh, it couldn't have been.
Oh, I don't know. I quite enjoyed it. Well, perhaps it was because I was so relieved that I hadn't got to tell him.
You rang? Yes, Percy, I want the pink gin for Mrs. Graham. Phew, that's the third, isn't it? Yes, Percy, that is the third. Phew.
Hey, Percy. You walked, haven't you?
Yes, we have.
Yes, sir. Get me a beer. Okay, Flight Lieutenant Graham, sir.
Hey, you've been very quick.
But I smell gorgeous. Smell.
Gorgeous.
Smell, Pat.
Gorgeous, Teddy.
Well, I think I'll go up now. Haven't even seen my room yet.
Did you have a nice bee, you two?
Yes, thank you, Teddy. Oh, do you mind me calling you Teddy?
Good Lord, no. It's an honor.
An honor? Thank you, Teddy.
Nice bloke, considering.
Considering what?
He's an actor.
Oh, thank you for the comment on my profession.
Oh, darling, don't be a clerk. I didn't mean you. Actors are funny blokes. They never seem to be themselves. They only worry about what sort of effect they're having on other people.
They act, in other words.
I suppose that's it. Oh, thank you, Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
I bet they even act in the bathroom. Don't you agree, darling?
Not altogether.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. Cheers, darling.
Cheers.
I say, that went down the hatch pretty quick, didn't it?
Teddy.
Darling, I've just thought. Talking about actors, acting and all that, well, we all act in a way. At least I know I do.
Do you, Teddy?
Yes, I do. I don't mean with you so much. Up in the mess with the blokes. They call me P.O. Prune. He's a character in the training manual. Sort of crazy, good-tempered, half-witted sort of bloke. Well, I kind of act P.O. Prune for them. Yesterday, for instance, I was up on an air test and I saw the CO's car pulling out of the gate, so I put the old wimpy to a dive and beat him up, you know. Pulled out only a few feet above his head and stooged round him. Well, I didn't particularly like doing it, and I had a hell of a strip torn off about it afterwards, but... Well, I was being P.O. Prune, you see, and the blokes had a good laugh. Sorry, I'm being a bore.
No, you're not. Go on.
I said, Pat, is there anything the matter?
There's nothing. I'm being an actress, that's all. Teddy.
Yeah?
I've got something I must tell you.
All right. Well, don't look so serious about it. What is it?
No, not here. Shall we go upstairs?
This sounds awful. You look like our CO at his worst. Are you going to send me off a strip?
Oh, don't talk, Teddy, please.
I know. You want me to pay a dress bill.
Oh, don't talk.
Teddy, thank the Lord I found you.
Hello, Gloria.
Come here, quick. Oh, excuse me.
This is my wife, Squadron Leader Swanson, our adjutant. Shocking type.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Graham. Can you spare me your husband for a moment?
Well, is there anything important? We were just going to...
Yes, it is. Damned important.
Oh, I see. Well, you have to excuse me, darling. We'll go along to our room.
Oh, all right.
What's the idea of marrying a glamour girl? She's far too good looking for a type like you.
I could marry Garbo if I tried. What's the trouble, Gloria?
You know.
Dan.
Just come through from group.
What time takeoff?
2200 hours, briefing 1945.
This is a hell of a time to let us know. Who's going, everyone?
No, A for Apple's old London new uncle and a kite from the Polish squadron. Here's sugar.
Johnny's. What's the job?
Special. Hush, hush. Not exactly a piece of cake, I believe. What the hell was the idea of pooping off the station like that?
Oh, they knew where to find me.
What have you done with your crew?
They're all up at the station, except Miller, the gunner. He's here. His wife's come down, poor blighter. Suppose we can't find a relief for him, can we?
No, it's too late. I gather you brought old Count Kissnerquick down with you?
Yes, he's here.
Well, then you'd better all get cracking. You can use my car.
I'll use my own.
Johnny! Sergeant Miller!
What's the Met report like?
Oh, all right, I think. What is, please? Come on down. I'm sorry, Countess. No wives.
Oh, I get you. Okay, Jack. You're wanted, Dusty.
What did I say? Stay there, Morty. I'll be back in a tick.
Oh, we've got some nice, cheerful news for you, boys. It's going to make your evening.
Didn't I tell you this would happen?
You did, Dusty?
We go out tonight?
Yes, Johnny. Take off 22 hours. Briefing 1945.
Hell of a time to tell us, I must say. Caught us bending proper this time. Group must be fair busting their stays with laughter.
I bet they are. You all ready, Johnny?
I go upstairs. 1 minute only.
Go and say goodbye to your wife, Dusty. I'm sorry this had to happen. I'll drive you both up. I'll just go and get the car out.
Then I'll follow you later. I'm not going away from here without a drink.
Morty, I told you to stay in the room.
What's that, Dave?
A bit of bad luck, Morty. I've got to leave you tonight.
Oh, I only got one night. Don't go out tonight, Dave.
It's not my doing, old girl. Been a bit of a muck-up at Group.
What's Group?
Group headquarters, where the orders come from.
Well, why don't you tell them your wife's come down and she's only got one night?
No go, Morty.
Oh, Dave.
Look, I'll tell you what. After you've had your supper,
Oh, but I
and
don't-
a good supper they give you here, too, you go up to bed, see, and get some sleep. I'll be back about 4 or maybe 5, and we'll still have some time together. You bust don't go till 1 tomorrow.
All right, Dave. If they tell you you've got to do it, you've got to do it, I suppose. Well, try and get back soon.
Of course I will. I'll be back before you know I'm gone. I got the best skipper in England, and I'll tell him to step on it tonight.
Oh, Mrs. Miller, I'm terribly sorry about this. It's the cruelest bad luck.
Well, I was asking Dave, Mr. Graham, if it wouldn't do no good to tell this brute that his wife's come down.
I'm afraid not. You see, there wouldn't be time.
Oh, I see. Oh, are you going now, Dave?
This minute, Morty.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, old girl. Now, you do what I told you now and get some sleep.
Goodbye, Dave.
I am most happy. It is 2 weeks we have not go out.
You're a glutton for trouble, aren't you?
Please?
Doesn't matter. Jump in the car, Johnny. I'll follow you.
Yes, I go.
Pat? You're going up to the station, aren't you?
Yes. I got to rush. I just want to say goodbye. I hope this wasn't going to happen while you were here. I'm awfully sorry.
It's a raid, I suppose.
Well, it's not exactly a practice stooge round.
Oh, Teddy, I don't know what to say.
Happy landing? Or just come back?
Come back.
Bye, darling. God willing, I'll be waking you up at 5 or so tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, whatever it was you had to tell me, that'll have to wait till I get back. I suppose that's all right with you?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's all right with me.
Good. Bye.
Anyone here at 9 o'clock? I was playing darts and Cleves got the time. We've just turned it off. There wasn't anything fresh, I suppose. No pincers or anything. No, nothing much. And I don't know. I wasn't listening anyway. Why don't you all come into the bar? We're having a slap-up, do? Oh, I don't think so, if you don't mind. Well, perhaps you're right. The boys are a bit noisy.
No, it's not that.
I know, Duck. Don't have to tell me. There's a full moon tonight. I think I'll just take a look.
You know, I've rather taken to the Countess. What's going to happen to her after the war, I wonder?
Oh, she'll go to Poland with her Johnny and find herself mistress of an enormous estate with thousands of serfs or moujiks or whatever they are. She'll probably make a big success of it.
Supposing there is an after the war.
Supposing there's a Johnny.
Or supposing he wants to take her.
Yes, that's rather a point, I admit.
I'm afraid that's the point. Our Countess has a personal interest in the war continuing.
The sirens have just gone in Skillingwater. It's on Hull, I believe. But they may drop a couple on the aerodrome. They do sometimes. Tinkety-tonk, Mrs. Miller. Tinkety-tonk. Got my drink, sweetie.
Purely as a matter of idle interest, is there a shelter here?
I don't know.
Listen, are those ours?
No, theirs.
Oh, are they? How do you know?
Well, I lived in London till we were bombed out. I live in London too, but I can never tell the difference.
Bomb?
No, guns. You've got a lot to learn.
Superior beast.
Is there anything you'd like, Mrs. Miller? Some coffee or something? No, thank you, Mrs. Graham. That's not a very comfortable chair you've chosen. Wouldn't you like to come a bit closer to the fire? I'm quite comfy here, thank you. It's rotten luck you're having only the one night. I'll have a bit of tomorrow before the bus goes.
Do you have to go back?
Well, only to St. Albans. Well, can't you possibly stay another night? Oh, no. I must go to work at 7 o'clock Monday. It's a laundry, you see.
Well, couldn't you ring our people up and explain? I mean, I'll ring them up for you if you like.
Oh, no, please, you mustn't.
But why not?
Oh, they wouldn't like it. I'd be losing my job, and that'd never do. Now, would it? Besides, I must be at work Monday morning. There's a lot to be done Monday. I'm sure if you'd let Mrs... Oh, no, Mrs. Graham. Thank you all the same.
How do you like your work in the laundry, Mrs. Miller?
Oh, it's not bad. I'm new to it, of course.
Oh, you haven't always done that kind of work?
Oh, no, not peacetime, I didn't. I didn't have to work peacetime. Dave had a good job, you see, and we had our own little home in Eccleston Bridge Road. Nice place it was. Of course, it's down now. Dave worked in London Transport. Conductor. Might have been an inspector quite soon. Now he's a rear gunner in a Wellington bomber shooting down Messerschmitts. Didn't you ever find it unreal what's happening to your husband and yourself? Unreal? No, I don't see it's unreal. It's happened, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it has. Mind you, I'm not saying I like him being a gunner. It's not good for him in those turret things. They're wickedly cold. He told me so himself. And he gets horrible backache. He used to get them when he was working on the buses. What I say is there's a war on and things have to be a bit different. And we've just got to get used to it, that's all.
Yes, I see. Very sensible.
Join, gentlemen, please. Come on, let's have you.
I don't want to join the Air Force. I don't want to go to war. Phew. Countess Fitzgerald is a teeny bit tippy-o. Hello, Mrs. Miller, dear. Everything okay? Yes, thank you for asking. Nothing you'd like me to get you? Little dinky or anything? Oh, it's very kind of you, I'm sure, but I won't have a little dinky. Good night, Mrs. Graham. Good night, Mrs. Miller. Good night, Mr. Kyle.
Good night.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Graham, on account of my Dave, it's rather funny about me mentioning his backaches. Please don't say nothing to him about me having told you about them. All right, Mrs. Miller, I won't say a word. Good night again. Good night, Mrs. Miller Ducks. Sleep tight. Oh, I'd say you were more likely to do that than I am, Countess. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, I bought that properly, didn't I? Sleep tight. I'll give her sleep tight. I shouldn't brood on it, though. I suppose she thinks it's common for a countess to have a few drinks with a boy.
As a matter of fact, I know lots of countesses who don't stop at having a few drinks with the boys.
Now you're making fun of me, Mr. Peter Kyle, and I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
Now, don't blame me for being a countess. It's not my fault. I didn't want it. I'd much rather be plain Mrs. But Johnny likes people to call me countess, so I've got to let them, see? But don't you be funny about me just because of that.
Oh, he wasn't being funny about you, Doris.
No, of course I wasn't.
I overheard everything you said about me and my Johnny just now. How I had a personal interest in the war going on.
Oh, I think you misheard me.
Misheard my eye. That's what you said, all right.
Well, if I did, I have no idea what I meant.
I know what you meant. You meant my Johnny's going to leave me flat the minute the war's over. That's what you meant. I'm only all right for him so long as the war goes on, and as soon as it's over and he gets back home, he'll realize he's made an awful muck up marrying me.
Oh, Doris, my dear, don't be so idiotic. Even if Mr. Kyle did say that, and he didn't, it doesn't matter because you know perfectly well it isn't true.
I don't know it isn't true. I wish I did. I think it is true. But I don't want the war to go on just because of that.
No, I never said you did.
Oh, dear. I've gone and made a fool of myself again. Sorry, dear. Sorry, Mr. Kyle. Oh, dear. Peter Kyle. Been longing to meet him all my life, and then when I do, I go and snap his head off.
Oh, well, I really am most terribly sorry if I said anything to make you think...
Oh, for heaven's sake. I've no business to listen anyway. Forget it. Wonder if it's clouding over at all. Turn out the light for a sec, will you, Doc?
Right.
No, it's a lovely night, I'm afraid.
Why afraid?
Well, if the weather was bad, they might call it off. They won't, though. There's a lovely moon. What's the time?
10:15.
They haven't lit the flare path yet.
What's the flare path?
Lights in a line so that you can see when they're taking off. You ought to know that, married to a flight loot. Oh, who's put these lights out? Ah! Yes, look out! Oh, it's all right. We'll do it, Mrs. Oates. Will you put the lights on, Mr. Kyle?
Right.
Oh. Well, have they gone yet? You shouldn't know. They were going at all.
Well, something made them all go back to the aerodrome in an awful hurry. I suppose it could have been an Ensa show. What time are they going to be back? That's all that concerns me.
My guess is that the Ensa show will be over about 5 in the morning.
Your guess is as good as anyone's, Countess. Well, will the last one up please turn off the lights? I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Good night.
Mrs. Oates.
Cigarette, Pat?
No, thank you, darling.
Wonderful the way you stage people darling each other. To hear you sometimes, you'd think you were passionately in love. And there's the all clear. Can you hear it?
Yes, I can, just.
Oh, good. Damn. Oh, they wouldn't take off with Jerry overhead. They couldn't light the flare path, you see. Oh, of course, sometimes old Jerry hangs about the aerodrome for hours and they don't know he's there. Then just when they've lit the flare path and the boys are taking off, or coming in more likely, he'll swoop down on them and shoot them up. You're a sitting target when you're coming in, so Teddy says. You're dead beat, probably, and thanking God you've got back, and then suddenly... Filthy trick, I think. Of course we do the same over on their aerodrome. What's the time, Mr. Kyle? Sorry to keep troubling you.
10 minutes to 10.
I think I'll go watch the takeoff from my room. You can see better from up there. It won't be for a bit yet, of course. Good night.
Good night.
Sorry, Mr. Kyle, Duck.
Please.
Please. You sound like my Johnny. If there's anything you want in the middle of the night, Pat, dear, you can't sleep or anything, don't worry about waking me up. I'll be quite glad to have the company. Night, night.
Oh, damn it. What right has she to go listening at doors? It wouldn't have been so bad if she didn't know it was true. Pat, don't bully me if I say something to you, will you?
No, darling.
Well, I'm getting old, Pat.
Old? When you're 39.
39 when you left me. 41 now. Not old, really. Just a nice, ripe, fruity middle age. Perfectly all right if I were a good enough actor to play middle-aged parts.
But you are.
The studio doesn't think so. After my next picture, I'm out. Oh, well, it's not only that, Pat. And this will sound funny, I suppose, if you happen to look at it like that. It's the war, you see. I don't understand it, Pat. You know that. Democracy, freedom, rights of men. I can talk glibly about them. And they don't mean anything. Not to me. All I know is my own little private world is going. Well, it's gone, really. So you see, I do... Oh, what with one thing and another, I do happen to need you.
Yes, you do, Peter. I'm glad that you do.
Oh, thank you, Pat.
Hello. Oh, Mrs. Graham, eh? I thought I'd find you up.
Oh, good evening, Squadron Leader. This is Peter Kyle, Squadron Leader Swanson.
Hello.
Oh, yes, you're the actor type, aren't you? Waiting up for takeoff, eh? Well, it won't be long now. And after they've gone, take my advice, you toddle off to bed and get some sleep. As a matter of fact, I'm not much good as a comforter on these occasions. I get so damn nervous myself.
You're not flying tonight yourself?
Oh, Lord, I don't fly. Look, nothing up here. Just an old wingless wonder. Adjutant. Combination nurse and maid of all work to the station. No business in the Air Force at all, really. I want to be in the Army like I was in the last war. Well, this chair's going to be my bed for tonight.
It isn't your room I've taken, is it?
Lord, no. I sleep up at the station as a rule. But when the boys are out of the job, I like to be up when they come in. And I can't trust that fool of a batman to wake me. It's warmer down here, too.
It's not an awfully good fire.
Oh, it'll burn up. I'll put some more wood on it. Teddy calls me Gloria, you know. No respect for senior rank. Shocking.
Mrs. Graham, are you going to take the squadron leader's advice, or are you going to wait up? If you are, I'd be very happy to...
I'll go to bed. I think it's better.
I see. Well, good night, Patricia.
Good night.
Good night.
You've been married a year or so now, haven't you, Mrs. Graham?
Just under a year.
He's damn lucky, if I may say so. Oh, by the way, I knew I had something to show you. Some joker put this in the mess suggestion book, and I copied it out. Thought it might amuse you. Read it out.
Suggested that Flight Lieutenant Graham shall in future be permitted to mention his wife's name not more than 10 times per diem, and that on each subsequent mention of the said wife's name, to wit, Patricia or Pat, Paddy, Paddykins, and other such nauseating diminutives, over and above the allotted 10 times per diem, Flight Lieutenant Graham shall forfeit to all officers within hearing a pint of beer.
You see, basically everyone in the mess has signed it, even little Tinkerbell, the signals officer, who dies of fright if you speak to him.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you keep it. I thought it might be fun for you to have with all the names on it. Turn off the light. There's the flare path, you see? Those little points of light. That's one taking off now. Now, there's one off, thank God. It's a hellish tricky business taking off on a night like this with no wind and a full load of bombs. Hellish tricky. Worse than landing. There's the next, just starting his run.
Which is Teddy?
Oh, you can't tell. They don't take off in any particular order. There are only 4 aircraft flying tonight. A Apple, L London, U Uncle, and that's Teddy, and S Sugar from the Polish squadron. Next one's coming up. Hello? What's that? First one seems to be circling around up there. Can you hear him?
No. Do you think it might be a German?
Oh, I hope it's not. There is one circling around up there. Ah, there he goes, the next one. You see that dark shape?
His engines are on fire.
Oh, no, that's the exhaust. Always looks like that. You can see it miles away. Useful to night fighters. Good boy. Nice takeoff. One more to go. Ah, here he comes. See him?
Yes, I see.
Got
First they turned out the flare path. They're bombing the aerodrome. It was the Germans.
Brakes, you idiot! Brakes! Don't take off! Put the lights on.
switch. I can't find the switch.
It's on the left of the door, over the bell.
Milchester 2-3.
What happened?
An aircraft crashed or was shot down taking off.
It's not Dave, is it?
We don't know, dear. The squadron leader's finding out for us.
Hello? Put me through to control now. Squadron leader Swanson. Hello, Manning. Swanson here. Yes, I saw it. What happened? Oh, no, of course not. But at least you know which aircraft it was. Yes. I see. All right. The crashed aircraft is a Apple.
Dave?
No, dear. We're all right.
L London, U Uncle, that's Teddy's. And S Sugar are all airborne. And are now on their way. He's done all right.
It's Johnny, I'm almost sure. I recognize the engine.
That's absurd, my dear Countess, if you don't mind my saying so. All Wellingtons sound alike.
Not to me, they don't. Is that one of them back?
Good morning, Mrs. Graham. Yes, it's the second to come in. The first one landed about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I must have been asleep. Is either one of them Teddy's?
Oh, we don't know yet. I don't like to keep on ringing up ops.
We'll know soon enough anyway.
Oh, may I have the curtains drawn, please? I want to switch on the lights.
It's still blackout, I suppose.
Yes, it's blackout until 5:52. Now, let me see. Flight Lieutenant Graham, Flying Officer Count Skrigovinsky, Sergeant Miller. That'll be 5 with you, Countess. I'm afraid I can't provide for casuals like you, Squadron Leader.
Oh, that's all right. I'm going home anyway as soon as they come. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you. I'm smoking, thank you.
I won't wake Mrs. Miller up. I peeped into her room as I came past, and she was sound asleep.
Can I help you?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Graham. I can manage very well.
Do you always do this yourself?
Well, I haven't got 500 servants, Mrs. Graham, and the ones I have got wouldn't stay long if I made them work at this time in the morning.
There's one more to come in yet, isn't there?
Yes, Ducky.
5 places for breakfast. Oh, how horribly smug and complacent it looks. After flying all night, they've got to have something to eat when they come back. Supposing they don't come back.
Oh, poor Ducky. This is the first time you've been here for a do, isn't it?
A do? Oh, God. How I hate all this polite Air Force understatement.
So come and sit over here, Mrs. Graham. Quite a good fire, you know, thanks to me.
Yes, I think I will. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep much. And you didn't sleep at all, either of you.
Oh, I went off now and then. Didn't I, Squadron Leader?
You snored once.
Oh, I didn't. You fibber. I never snored in all my life.
I wish I understood how. You're very brave.
All right, here's one of them. Bet you'll be hungry.
Morning, all.
Teddy?
Put in the car away, Mum. Oh, give me a bit of that fire. Oh, morning, sir.
Morning, Sergeant. Good trip?
Proper muck up from beginning to end.
Huh?
Is Sugar back yet?
Not yet, Countess.
You and L London are back then. You were the first to land, I suppose.
Yes, sir, about half an hour ago. Yeah, what about our apples? Shook us considerable, that did.
You saw the crash?
Yes, I was in the tail, you see, sir. I called up the skipper and we circled round her for a bit. God, what a blaze. Nobody got out, did they, sir?
One man was thrown clear, the navigator.
Oh, Ginger Walsh, that is. Good old Ginger. Is he hurt bad?
They think he'll recover.
Well, trot along and see him tomorrow. How's the wife been behaving herself, Countess? Okay.
Okay, Dusty. She went up to bed early and she's still asleep.
Oh, this fire, didn't I feel good on my behind?
Hello, Prune. Trust you to get down first. What did you do? Drop your bombs on Bognor and dash for home?
That's about it, only it wasn't Bognor, it was Littlehampton, wasn't it, Sarge?
That's right, sir. All our bombs fell in the target area.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Teddy.
Shouldn't have got up.
What have you done to your wrist, Teddy?
What? Oh, that. Oh, it's nothing at all. It got in the way of a flamethrower I was throwing about.
Well, take off that handkerchief and let me have a look. You ought to have it cinctured.
I'll take it along to the MO tomorrow. Hello, Doris.
Hello, Ted.
Well, what sort of a trip did you have? Sergeant just said it was a proper muck-up.
He's prejudiced. I wouldn't let him shoot up a train he'd taken a dislike to.
It looked so blooming pleased with itself, puffing along down there.
Wonderful moon. You could see everything. Not even our navigator could go wrong.
Any incidents?
Turned intelligence officer on me, have you, Gloria?
Oh, well, if you really want to tell me.
No incidents, Gloria, if you exclude the fact that we had half our tailplane shot away.
Wallowing about we were, coming home like a fat old woman learning to swim. Fair turned me stomach.
Catty, did you, Dusty?
Well, it wasn't so bad for you, sir, up front.
No, it's never so bad for the driver, they say.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Mrs. Oakes. What have you got there for us? Eggs and bacon.
I'd be glad if you wouldn't shout it to the entire hotel. I'm infringing regulations.
Mrs. Oakes, I could kiss you from head to foot.
I trust you'll do nothing of the sort.
Eggs, Dusty, eggs. You know what eggs are, don't you? Or have you forgotten?
You mean those round things that used to come out of ends in peacetime?
That's right. Come and sit down, Pat. I could eat a house. I could eat you, Mrs. Oakes.
Quiet. Sorry. Thought I heard a whimpy. Is the Count not in yet?
No, not yet. I think if you don't mind, Duchess, I'll go up to my room. I can hear better from up there. Say, Johnny and me one of those eggs, won't you, dear?
You bet.
Any news of this, Sugar?
No, they're worried at Ops. They were over the target 12 minutes before us, so they've heard nothing from them since.
I'll put the dish over here by the fire. If he comes in very late, knock on my door and I'll come down and make him some more.
As usual, I can't thank you enough.
Don't be ridiculous. I dare say some people would be glad to have the chance of doing it. I'm going to bed now. Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Oakes.
Me for bed, too. Good show, Brune. Glad to see you back. Good night.
Good night, Claudia. Go and sit down, girls and boys.
Right.
Did you see the takeoff?
Yes.
Oh, that crash was a bit of bad luck. It doesn't happen very often, you know. Hey, darling.
Oh, I don't want anything to eat. Thanks awfully.
On the level?
Oh, on the level. I couldn't really.
Oh, all the more for us, eh, Dusty?
Well, sir, between you and me, I don't feel any too peckish myself.
Anything wrong?
No, sir, just that ride home. Cool, I still feel it down in the old Derby cow. If you don't mind, sir, I think I'll go up and have a bit of shut-eye.
Poor old Dusty. I'm awfully sorry. I did try and keep her steady, you know, but it wasn't...
Cool stuff, mate. Goodness, that's your fault now, I suppose.
Well, it is in a way.
Cool, stone me up the apple. Here, there ain't a skipper in the world would have brought us home safe tonight, bar him, and he goes and apologises for giving me stomach trouble. Cool stuff, me side, mate. What a man.
Good night, Dusty.
Good night, sir.
Good old Dusty. Don't you like old Dusty, darling?
Yes, Teddy, very much.
Darling?
Yes, Teddy.
I said, didn't you like old Dusty?
Yes, I said I did, very much.
Did you? Darling,
Yes?
where are you?
I'm here, Teddy.
Where? I can't see. Pat, come here. I want you.
I'm here, Teddy. Oh, God. Oh, darling.
Funny, I couldn't see you. I don't think I feel very well. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired, that's all.
What are you looking for, darling?
My flask. Here it is.
Here, let me do it.
It twists sideways.
There. No, I'll hold it for you.
Cherry brandy. Well, it's filthy stuff. Keeps you warm now. What are we doing kneeling down? We look as if we were praying or something.
Sit on the sofa. There. Come on.
God, what an exhibition. I'm sorry.
Do you feel well enough to go up to bed?
I feel well enough, but I'm not going to. With eggs and bacon on the old menu, what an idea.
But you're ill. You're not just tired. You're ill. I'm going to ring up a doctor.
I'm ready if you do. Come on. Eggs. You watch me make a pig of myself. Oh, good. What you doing?
I'm going to ring for a doctor.
No, you don't.
I'm sorry, Teddy. I must.
No,
Just go.
Don't, Pat.
No, it's much better.
Please.
Teddy. Hello? Hello?
Do you want to get me chucked out of the Air Force?
What do you mean?
Put that receiver down. They always say a man should have no secrets from his wife, don't they?
Yes. Tell me.
All right. You know what's the matter with me? Funk. Just ordinary, common, or garden, plain, bloody funk.
Don't be absurd.
If a doctor examined me now, his whatever it is, it'd be simply this. Here's a bloke who doesn't like flying.
What about this?
Doc would say to himself, bloke's got the DFC. He must have been all right once. Then he'd ask me, how many hops have you done, my lad? 17, sir. Well, Doc says to himself, bloke packs up after only 17 trips, 8. Just couldn't take it, I suppose.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Teddy. The doctor would say, this man's ill. Probably nothing to do with flying at all. He ought to have a rest.
A rest?
Well, what's wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's very nice for some people. Ground job, promotion probably. I'd have a fine time as a squadron leader admin at a training school, flaunting a DFC and shooting a line with the pupils. The only thing is some of the pupils might wonder why I'd only done 17 trips before being grounded, and a few of them might guess.
In a case like this, nobody would dare say a thing like
Maybe
that.
my friends. They'd say, oh, yes, Teddy Graham. Not a bad bloke. I didn't like flying, that's all. And in my confidential report, they put grounded. Lack of moral fiber. That's the official phrase for no guts.
Listen, Teddy, there's no sense in all this. If you're too ill to fly...
I'm not too ill to fly. I'd fly all right. You heard what Dusty said?
Yes, but it may not always be like that.
It will always be like that.
What about your crew? Is it fair on them?
What's fair on my crew is my business.
It's their lives you're risking as well as yours.
I'm their captain. The captain? I wouldn't risk their lives.
You are.
I can't.
I'm sorry, darling. Oh, my dear. My dear.
A bloody Messerschmitt put a cannon in our tail. We went straight down in a dive. I heard Dusty on the intercom. He said, I thought I'd bored his skipper, but I'm all right. I'm all right. We were in a vertical dive and I couldn't pull out. And Dusty said he was all right. All the way back, I had to fight to keep her on course. Every one of them must have known it was odds against our getting home, but they trusted me. They trusted me. I heard the wireless officer say to the navigator, he's only just come on the crew. He said, don't worry, Wendy. Skip will get us home.
You got them home.
You don't know what it's like to feel frightened. You get a beastly bitter taste in the mouth and your tongue goes dry and you feel sick, and all of the time you're saying, this isn't happening, it can't be happening, I'll wake up. But you know you won't wake up. You know it is happening, and the sea's below you and you're responsible for the lives of 6 people. And you have to pretend you're not afraid. That's what's so awful. Oh, God, I was afraid tonight. When we took off and saw that kite on fire, I didn't think there were friends of mine in that. I thought that might happen to us. It's not very pretty, is it? Now you know it. Lack of moral fiber. I'm glad I told you.
I'm glad, too.
Lend me a handkerchief.
Here.
Oh, God, what you must think of me.
Teddy, look at me. Why didn't you tell me all this before?
I didn't want you to know you'd married a twerp.
Oh, you damned fool.
Hey, one exhibition's enough for tonight.
I'm all right.
Thank God I've had the courage to tell you. I couldn't tell anyone else in the world. I couldn't. But you helped me, you see. So much.
I don't help you at all. I've never tried to. But how could I when you keep these things from me?
You do help me. Just by being, well, you. And incidentally, by being my wife. It was you who got us home tonight, not me.
That's not true, Teddy. You're just saying that because you think I'd like to hear it. It's not true.
You try leaving me and see what happens. I admit you've got every reason to now. You must think you got married under false pretenses.
No, I don't think that.
Thank you, Pat. You know, I feel better now than I felt for months. I feel almost well enough to cope with Mrs. Oakes's bacon and eggs. No, I spoke too soon.
They must be cold by now.
They are. I say, darling.
Yes?
Well, poor old Mrs. Oakes is going to be rather upset when she comes down in the morning and finds her precious eggs haven't been touched. I'd hate to hurt the old thing's feelings. I know. Oh, I'd forgotten about old Johnny. If anything has happened to him, be kind to old Doris, won't you? I'm not much good at saying the right things on these occasions. Yeah, we'd better leave his by the fire just in case.
Well, what are you doing with those eggs?
I won't be long. I'm just going to have a look at the garden.
I heard his voice. He got back all right then?
Yes.
I'm glad. Oh, poor Pat. You must have had a rough night. You poor darling.
No, don't.
Hello. Hello. I'm glad to see you back.
Thanks.
What are you doing with that dish?
Oh, I've been burying 6 fried eggs and 12 rashers of bacon in a flower bed. Crazy type, you see, old Graham. By the way, it's broad daylight. Look.
12 o'clock, Countess. Bar's open.
What? Oh, thank you, Percy.
Why does she have to have brass ashtrays? Takes me all morning to clean them. Bit of a dope at the aerodrome last night, eh? Did you hear about it? One got shot down, taking off.
Yes, I saw it.
Did you? Cool, I wish I had. I saw the wreckage this morning, though. Burnt right out, it was. Horrible. Where was it last night? Do you know?
8 o'clock news said it was the Rhineland.
Rhineland, eh? It were Rhineland last time they went. I knew something was up when they didn't come down to dinner. Flight Lieutenant Graham, he tried to fox me. Nothing on tonight, Percy said. Home, sweet home, tonight. I knew he was keeping something up his sleeve. Hey, Count went too, didn't he?
Yes, he went.
Oh, how is he this morning? All right.
He hasn't come back yet.
Oh, come back?
Of course, they may have force-landed somewhere.
Oh, aye, that's what's happened. You mark me words. Count's not one to get himself shot down by those dirty Huns.
I'm afraid, though, Percy, if they had force-landed, they'd have let Milchester know.
Cool, I'm sorry, Countess.
It's all right, Percy.
I've seen them go off night after night, and they always got back. I never thought they wouldn't somehow. Of course, you'd hear it on the wireless. Some of our aircraft failed to return. Never thought it happened to us, though. Cool, it makes you think, don't it? Anything I can get you, Countess? Or gin and lime or anything?
No, thanks.
I'll see it's on the house.
No, Percy. Tar or the same.
Any news, Countess?
No, not yet. The squadron leader's going to let me know as soon as he hears anything.
I expect he'll come back all right. Do you feel it cold in here, Countess? Would you like a fire?
No, thanks. It's a lovely day, really. Like summer.
I saw you admiring our garden, Mr. Kyle. How do you like it?
Very much. Is Mrs. Graham still not down?
No, I don't think so. I haven't seen her.
But it's nearly lunchtime.
Just gone 12.
I suppose you couldn't,
Couldn't what, Mr. Kyle?
It doesn't matter. I'll wait.
Countess?
Yes, Percy, what's it?
Veely. An Indian god. I bought him at a fair. You hold him in your right hand, and whatever you wish comes true.
Oh.
Thanks, Percy.
Oh, you keep him. It don't work if it's not yours.
Don't you want him?
No, you keep him. I've just been thinking. Count could have bailed out over t'other side. Then he'd be prisoner of war.
No, he's a Pole. I'd rather anything than that.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I heard about your husband from Mrs. X. I'm most terribly sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. But I've not given up yet. What I always say is, while there's life, there's hope.
Good morning, Kyle. Do you mind if I see the Countess alone for a moment?
No, not at all. If Mrs. Graham comes down, will you tell her that I want to see her most urgently? It's very important.
Right, I'll tell her.
Come on, dear. Let's have it.
Well, I'm afraid it may be rather a shock.
It's all right. I've had the shock. Tell us.
Your husband's aircraft did send out a signal this morning at approximately 4:25. It said simply, "Enforced landing on the sea." And then they sent out call signs for about 10 minutes, and the DF stations got a pretty accurate fix on them. And then nothing more was heard. Well, since daylight this morning, aircraft and powerboats, the air-sea rescue chaps, have been out looking for them. And about half an hour ago, they signaled us that the wreckage of a Wellington bomber had been found within 3 miles of the spot fixed by the DF people. So, I'm afraid it looks... they're continuing the search. They had a rubber dinghy on board, and it's just possible they might have been picked up by some vessel which hadn't a wireless or any way of letting us know.
Better not to think of loopholes. I'm quite ready to face it. John is dead.
You're very brave.
That's the second time that's been said to me since last night. It isn't true. I'm just ready, that's all. Thanks for taking all this trouble, Squadron Leader. I know what a bind it must be breaking bad news to people.
I overheard what you said.
Hello, Doc.
Is it Johnny?
Yes, dear. They found bits of poor old ass sugar floating in the drink. Looks as if he's bought it all right.
Is there no hope?
Officially, yes. Unofficially, she prefers to take the unofficial view, and I dare say it's better she should. Well, I must be going. Sunday papers haven't come, and I volunteered to go down to the village to collect them.
Is there a chemist in the village that's open on Sunday?
Well, we can beat one up for you if you like. Why?
I want to get some stuff for Teddy's wrist. Are you driving in? Will you give me a lift?
Yes, but do you mind waiting 5 minutes? I've got to dash up to the station first.
Oh, that's all right. Whenever you're going.
Well, I'll get cracking. How is he this morning?
A bit tired, I think. They had rather a shaky-do last night.
Shaky-do? Learning the old vernacular, eh? Well, I'll dash. Oh, by the way, Kyle's waiting for you in the bar. He says it's most important.
Oh, thank you.
Won't keep you long.
Pat! Pat, come back here!
Oh, Peter, I don't want to see you. I told you.
You're going to see me?
Not now. I'll come up to London. I'll see you there. I'll explain.
Explain what? 5 little bits of paper dumped on my bed with my morning tea, and you expected me to jump on the first train up to London and fade quietly out of your life, muttering it's a far, far better thing? Who's living in a film world? You or me?
I was coming to see you in London. I had to write it down because it helped me to think. I couldn't have said it. I can't say it now. I'm sorry I wrote it, though, Pete. It wasn't awfully brave.
You really want me to take this letter seriously?
Yes, Peter.
This is how seriously I take it.
Oh, try to understand, Pete. I'm not doing this for fun.
Doing what?
Leaving you.
Oh, shut up, Pat. Don't talk nonsense.
I'm leaving you, Pete.
Why?
I've told you. Teddy needs me.
Do you think I don't?
He's my husband.
That's very good. In your letter, you say that it's your duty to stay with your husband. You did say duty, didn't you?
I don't know. I can't remember.
You did say duty. Your duty to him or to me or to yourself or to your country or to what? What does duty mean anyway? I'm sorry, Pat. I don't understand.
I didn't think you would, Peter.
I know you don't feel anything for him. You told me so.
Did I?
What was it you found out last night?
I can't tell you. It wasn't only about Teddy. It was something that... Well, about myself, too. Something I didn't know before. I can't explain myself, Peter. I told you I wouldn't be able to.
I've got to try.
I can't. I can't.
Must explain yourself. You're leaving me. Why? You're leaving me. Do you understand what that's going to mean to me? This isn't some ordinary little intrigue that can be smashed in a second. This is something that's vitally important.
No.
What?
This isn't important. We thought it was, but it isn't. Not now, anyway. That's one of the things I found out last night.
Pat, listen to me. You say you love me. I know that's true. I love you, too. But more than that, I need you so much that if you go away from me now, I just don't know what I'm going to do. That's not a line, Pat. The sort of thing one says at a moment like this. It's true. I just don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh, Peter.
Come with me, Pat. We'll go away. We'll forget about Teddy.
No.
Haven't you forgotten something?
What?
I'm desperate, Pat. I'll do anything in the world to stop you leaving me.
No, Pete, you wouldn't do that.
Where is Teddy?
Upstairs.
Will you go up now and tell him that you're coming away with me?
No.
Percy! Go and tell Flight Lieutenant Graham that I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir.
And tell him that it's important.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
I could deny it, you know.
It won't be difficult to prove.
Whatever you tell him won't force me to leave, Teddy.
Won't it? I think that's for Teddy to say.
You won't do it, Pete.
All ready, Mrs. Graham? I haven't been long, have I?
What? No, you've been very quick.
Flight Lieutenant Graham's in his butt, sir. Says he'll be down directly.
Right, thank you.
Well, we'd better get weaving, or we'll find this chemist fella's gone for lunch.
I don't think Mrs. Graham's going with you after all, are you, Mrs. Graham? Didn't you say you had to stay in?
No, I'm not staying in. I must get that stuff for Teddy.
Well, I can get it for you quite easily, you know, if you'd rather stay behind.
No, thank you. I'd rather come with you.
Aunt Ella's all right if you treat her all right. There's nothing wrong with Aunt Ella.
Well, you don't have to live with her, Dave.
You need tact, Maudie, that's all. Just a bit of tact.
You need a frying pan, that's what you need.
That's the wrong attitude. What I say is... Oh, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Nice day, isn't it? Here, where are you going, Maudie?
Up to our room. I've got me packing to do.
Heavens, Maudie, you don't want to pack yet. You've got loads of time. The bus don't go till 1.
I don't want to miss it, Dave.
You won't miss it, Maudie, that I promise.
If I don't get packed, I will miss it.
But you haven't got nothing to pack, bar 190 and a toothbrush. Women.
Mr. Carr,
Yes?
are you good at languages?
Oh, I know French and Spanish and some German. Why?
Can you tell me what language this is written in? It isn't Polish, that's all I know.
It's French.
Oh, yes, of course. He spoke French like he spoke Polish. I suppose he thought it'd be easier for me to get translated.
It's from your husband?
Yes, he left it with me. I was only to read it if something happened to him. Funny, it's the only letter I've ever had from him. Oh, Mr. Kyle, you know French. Will you read it to me?
Do you mind? I'd rather not. Oh, very well.
Thanks, Mr. Kyle, dear. Sorry if it's a bother. If there's anything in it that well, you know, you won't tell anyone, will you?
No.
Of course you wouldn't. Okay, dear. Go ahead.
It begins, it will be necessary for you.
Doesn't he start with Dear Doris or anything?
No.
The French for dear is cher, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's the only word I do know in French. All right, go on.
It will be necessary for you to translate... to have this letter translated. I do not yet express myself in your language well enough to say what I wish to say to you. I am not able to leave you without telling you what your kindness and devotion have meant to me.
Silly.
Since the murder of my wife and boy in Varsovie.
That's war still.
Oh.
The Nazis machine gunned them just as they were leaving.
I did not think to feel... That's rather difficult, this. I think he means... I did not think I would feel any human emotion again. That's not quite right, I'm afraid.
Oh, I know what he means. Go on.
I came to your country with only one thought. To continue the fight against the Germans until I myself found the death in battle which I
yes?
Have sought for a long time. It was not always easy living in a strange country, and would at first have seemed intolerable if I had not had the blessed good fortune to meet you, my beloved wife.
Cher?
No, bien aimé, well loved.
I see. Go on.
I found in you what I had lost in Warsaw. I had thought forever. An understanding and a sympathy. Sympathy means something a little different to sympathy. It's rather hard to translate.
I think I know what he means.
An understanding and a sympathy so strong, powerful, that the words we neither of us could speak did not need to be spoken. I can only thank you with a full heart, and it is with real sorrow that I take my leave of you now. I would have so much wished to have repaid you for the sacrifice you made for my sake in giving up your career as hotel keeper.
Hotel keeper?
Hotelier.
I was a barmaid, dear. I was behind the bar when I first met him. The Crown at Pulborough. He came into the public bar one night and said he was lost. Only nobody could understand him. I walked with him as far as where he was going. When he said goodnight, he kissed my hand. Came into the Crown a lot after that. Always the public, don't know why. Hotel keeper. It's Johnny all over. Sorry, dear. Go on.
I would have so much wished to have repaid you for your sacrifice by taking you with me after the war to Poland, where I might, in some very small measure, have been able to make a return to you of the material debt I owe you. The other debt I can never repay. Goodbye, my dear, dear wife. I love you forever.
Tom, I shan't forget the way you did that. Made it sound very nice. Oh, Mr. Kyle, that last bit, you didn't make it up, did you?
No, it's in the letter. You can get anyone to translate it for you.
Thanks, dear. Just so long as I know. Oh, what is this mess? A paper chase?
Oh, don't mind. Look, I'll pick them up.
Waste paper receptacles are provided, Mr. Kyle. Besides, there's such a thing as salvage, you know.
I'm sorry. Look, it was terribly untidy of me.
Hello, you old dusky enchantress. We made rather a hole in your bacon and eggs last night, eh?
By which you mean the sausages, I suppose.
Oh, that's right. The sausages. Delicious.
Well, I'm glad you liked them, I'm sure.
You wanted to see me about something, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Carl, shoot. Give us the 5-second burst. Go ahead. What you got to say to me?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Nothing. Just goodbye. I'm leaving this morning.
Oh, sorry to hear it. Percy told me it was something important.
You must have got it wrong. It's quite unimportant.
I say, I'm most frightfully sorry. I didn't mean that, you know. I mean, you'll be coming down again, won't you?
No, I'm leaving on the Clipper within a few days. You won't see me again.
I wish I was a film star.
Do you?
Or dashing madly about all over the world, pursued by fans, making pots of money, glamorous females hurling themselves at you wherever you go.
It's not so much fun as it sounds.
Oh, not exactly a bind, though. Hello, darling. Did you get that stuff?
Yes. It wasn't what you asked for, Teddy, but the chemist said it was just as good. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, most awfully. Kyle's leaving us this morning, did you know?
Yes, he told me.
He's off on the Clipper in a couple of days. Lucky type, isn't he?
Yes.
Oh, Maisie Diggs, can you get me a card, please?
Oh, yes, Mr. Kyle. When do you want it?
As soon as possible.
Oh, well, I'll do my best. Oh, he looks ill, Mr. Kyle. Is anything the matter with him?
Was that dinner you gave him last night, I expect?
Oh, indeed it isn't. I had the rissoles myself, and there's nothing wrong with me.
We haven't all got your cast iron stomach.
Well, indeed.
Darling, you don't look any too well yourself this morning. Do you feel all right?
Oh, I'm all right. When will you be flying again?
Dunno, not for 2 or 3 days anyway. They'll be working on that tailplane of ours. Next time I go on a trip, I suppose you'll be back in London.
No, I won't.
Don't give me heart failure. You mean you're going to stay on down here?
Yes, Teddy, if you want me to.
Don't be an utter clod, darling, if I want you to. Gosh, how marvelous. How long do you stay?
For good.
For good? Well, what about your new play? Aren't you starting rehearsals next week?
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm turning it down.
You'll give up the flat?
Yes.
I said, Pat, you're not doing this because of...
No, Teddy. I want to stay with you. I think I'd better do your wrist now.
All right, nurse. I warn you, I shall scream.
Oh, Claire. I'm not very good at this, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you're much too beautiful to be good at bandaging.
Teddy.
Yes, darling?
You've been rather an awful fool, you know.
Have I?
We've been married nearly a year now.
You're telling me.
We don't know each other awfully well, do we?
No, I suppose we don't.
But unless you treat me more like a wife and less like a showpiece...
Showpiece?
Suggested that Flight Lieutenant Graham shall in future be permitted to mention his wife's name not more than... how many times per diem? 10, was it?
Oh, God. How did you hear about that?
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, kill Gloria.
Well, he thought I'd be pleased. I was, too, in a way, but... Well, you see what I mean, don't you?
Oh, tear me off a strip. I deserve it.
No, you don't. It's not really been your fault. At least it's been much more mine than yours.
Oh, darling, what utter bilge. It's not been your fault at all.
It doesn't much matter whose fault it's been, Teddy, does it? But providing we both make a bit of an effort from now on. Oh, there.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Sergeant. How's the old tub?
Oh, not so bad, sir. Feels hellish empty, though.
Needs refueling, I expect. Hello, Mrs. Miller. How are you this morning?
Oh, very well, thank you, Mr. Graham. Dave and I went for a walk and he showed me your Wellington.
What? How did you get it past the guard?
She only saw it from the road, so it's still out at dispersal.
Did you know that it's got a big hole in its tail?
Of course, he knew Maudie. He's only the jolly old skipper.
Yes, I know, but you told me that he sits up there in the front. He might not have known what was going on at the back.
Well, I don't usually, Mrs. Miller, but as a matter of fact, I did know about the hole.
Oh, well, I thought you ought to know, Mr. Graham. That's why I told you. It looks very dangerous, a great big hole like that.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. You were quite right to tell me. We're going to have it seen to.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear it.
You must forgive me, wife, sir. I'm afraid she don't know much about aircraft.
That's all right, Dusty. My wife doesn't either.
I do know about aircraft. I know which are ours and which are theirs.
I wish Dusty, Dave, were as hot on aircraft recognition.
Is, please, my wife at home?
Johnny, you old sod! Is it really you? Are you all right?
Yes, please, thank you.
You are in a state, Johnny.
Good show, Con. Old cock.
They're all covered in mud.
Good show, sir.
I'll call Doris.
No, don't. I'll go and tell her it's better.
Johnny, you wicked old... Poe. Well, what in hell have you been up to? Tell us what happened, Johnny. Where have you been?
Please, we fall in the drink.
I know you fall in the drink. How do you get out of the drink? That's what I want to know.
Please, I tell you. Johnny, you old basket.
Are you all right? What happened? The whole of his ruddy crew are just piling off a lorry at the guard room, all jabbering like monkeys, and the only thing we can make out of any of them is police with all incident.
That's all we can get out of Johnny up to now.
Well, we haven't given him much of a chance yet.
Quite right. Quiet, everybody. Now, come on, Johnny. The floor is yours. You fall in the drink. What happened then?
We land pancake.
Pancake, yes.
We not hurt much. We go poof.
You go poof.
We go poof.
I got it. They inflate their rubber dinghy.
Yeah, dinghy, yeah. We row 3 hours. We see lights under. Far. We mean, hola. No good.
A pilot was having his lunch.
We row another 2 hours, then get out.
Get out? Out of the dinghy? Why?
We walk, please.
You can't ruddy well walk here in the ruddy water.
Yes, please. We walk into ruddy water.
We wade ashore, sir.
We see pheasant.
What's a pheasant got to do with it? You saw a pheasant on the beach?
Not on beach, by cottage.
Well, I still don't see what...
peasant. Yes, please, yes, peasant. In cottage, no telephone. At first, peasant, not understand. He think we are parachutes, think we enemy. But when he see Poland, he find another pheasant with big motor. He drive us. I see telephone near road. I make to stop and try telephone to aerodrome. I say, Milchester, please, 2-3. They says, please, 3-hour delay, Winchester. I say, Milchester, please. They say, yes, please, Winchester. I say, bloody nuts, and we go on.
And here you are, please.
Yes, thank you.
Good old Johnny.
Hello, Johnny Duck. So you've come back to me, have you?
You worry, no?
No. Where have you been?
Please, I fall in the drink.
I know, but what happened then?
My bus, I've missed it.
Oh, so you went.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Mrs. Miller. We can't bother about buses in a moment like
Oh,
this.
but I have to bother.
I'll drive you into Lincoln this afternoon.
Well, that's very kind of you, I'm sure, but I'm going to St. Albans.
Don't worry, Mrs. Miller. We'll get you to St. Albans if we have to fly you there and drop you by parachute.
Well, I'd rather have gone by bus.
Percy, this calls for the party of the century.
Right, the old guild. Cool, I'm glad you're back. Where have you been?
Please, he fall in the drink.
Percy, pints for everyone. We'll come and help you. Come on, Dusty. Come on, Gloria.
Good gracious, the Count. Well, it is a nice surprise. We've quite given you up.
Gin and lime for you, Doris?
Yes, please.
Well, come on, come in the bar.
Oh, please, I am thirsty to go in there.
You're filthy to go anywhere, Johnny, but I shouldn't worry just this once.
Come on, Johnny, give us a song.
Yes, come on, Johnny, and you.
Oh, no, please, I sing so bad.
Come on, Pat, you must join in this.
I don't want to join the Air Force. I don't want to go to war. I'd rather hang around Piccadilly on the ground, living on the earnings of a high-born lady. I don't want to join the Air Force. I don't want to go to war.
That was Flare Path by Terence Rattigan, adapted for radio by Kenneth Morgan, in which you heard Basil Jones as Peter Kyle, Betty Bascom as Doris, Jane Wenham as Patricia Graham, and Anthony Hall as Flight Lieutenant Teddy Graham. Other parts were as follows: Sergeant Miller, Joe Stern; Maudie Miller, Norma Griffin; Count Johnny Skrzyjowski, Anthony Jacobs; Squadron Leader Swanson, Eric Anderson; Mrs. Oakes, Gladys Spencer; and Percy, Tim Seeley. The play, which was recorded, was produced by R.D. Smith.